begin us.
Thank you, Mayor. We were having some technical difficulties here to pulling up the presentation, so give us 30 more seconds to where we can get that out. The regular presentation up. Let's go. Just put the presentation up and let's go. Should be on the screens. Good morning. Hey, Jay. Good. Everything's great. You're gonna run the slides? All right. I can do the clicker for now. Yeah. Okay, Mayor, we're gonna get started. Thank you for your patience and getting set up. We'd like to welcome everyone to our budget workshop today. This is, I think, our at least second full workshop on the budget. You know, the budget is a long process now. It used to be a couple of months and 6 months, and now it's almost a year-round process. So there's a lot of time and effort that goes into this. I'd like to thank staff for the work that they've done on this and the department heads and in particular Todd and his staff for the work they've done. I know it's quite a challenge doing a budget for sure. So we thank them for their work and for their patience in getting together with that. Today we're going to go over different things today. It's going to be a bit of a different process than you're accustomed to. We're going to, of course, hear from me, and then you're going to get presentations from a couple of consultants on key issues we're facing. One's looking at rates, looking at insurance, looking at compensation study. We get the technology to working correctly. And then you're going to hear from each department on a brief report on their department of what we're proposing to do. What you have today, it is a draft. It's a draft of an actual budget. You know, we're still 2 months away. We'll be working on this 2 months. It'll be approximately 2 months before you approve a budget. So this is by no means a final document. It's still a work in progress. So that's why we're here for you today, to hear where we are at this stage and get feedback from you. This can be worked on, amended up until the time you approve it. As a matter of fact, after you approve it, you can even amend it. But so it's a long process. Okay. Let's look at this. This is 2024 budget, basically a one-year budget, but it plans well into the future. It also includes our community improvement plan, which is a 5-year look into the future with capital projects. So while we'll be planning for this 1 year, it also allows us to look into the future and plan well into the future. We've got this slide. Discussion items today. Of course, I'm making opening remarks. We'll talk here. Then we're going to get a financial analysis from our Chief Financial Officer, Todd Semino. Then you're going to hear water and sewer model and proposed rate presentation from Mr. Grady Reed with HDR. We need to take a serious look at our water and sewer rates and models. You're going to get some information from him where you're going to have to make some decisions. Put it quite simply, you're not charging enough to run your operation. Your rates are not high enough to pay your cost at this point. So it's kind of hard to run a business when you don't charge enough to operate it. Compensation study, that's something council's been asking for some time, at least since I've been here. And so we'll be in the next step of that. You'll hear information on that. The health insurance costs, and we all know what's going on with health insurance costs. Then a bit on the community improvement plan, that's your CIP, departmental presentation, then with closing remarks by you. Feel free to ask questions as we go instead of waiting until the end. So, well, you can wait till the end of an individual presentation, but we want to make sure we keep things moving. This is a challenging budget. This is one of the more challenging budgets. It's a tough budget year. And I'm going to be frank with you today. You have limited dollars to work with. You don't have a surplus of money to deal with. So you're going to have to, we made some tough decisions. We've already cut millions and millions of dollars out of this proposal. So you are funding budgets as we speak with fund balance. You've been doing that in the past. That's history of funding budgets with fund balance and fund transfers. So we're going to continue most of that process this year. But we hope to be able to do things differently, a little bit different in the future. This is a hybrid process. This is a process, staff has been used to doing things one way, over the years. Now you have new administration, so we've come in with some things too, the way we do business. So it's a bit of a hybrid, what Todd's accustomed to, what June's accustomed to, what I'm accustomed to in putting budgets together. So it was a challenge. It's a challenge to get people who are accustomed to working in different ways and have a long history of dealing with processes to get together on this. One of the big things in 2025, this budget, let me say today that what we're presenting to you today is a balanced budget. It's balanced according to the definition of your city charter, which says you take your revenues plus your fund balances and put it and create a balanced budget if it meets fund balance requirements. And this meets fund balance requirements and it satisfies the other two conditions. So this is a balanced budget according to the definition of the charter. Fund balances are declining, but again, they are within what we're proposing is within required fund balance there, so we are satisfying those requirements. You're going to hear about wastewater and wastewater hikes on here. It's not pleasant to hear about for sure, but you can't continue to operate the way you're operating and with the rates you're operating and be able to operate and get the capital projects you need into the future. This will talk about increasing personnel costs. We have contracts with fire and police that's automatic, 3% per year. So that's automatic. Health insurance is pretty automatic. You don't have much control over that. Most of the budget is police and fire. We're able to do other things, and we worked really hard to get some other things done, but most of it's police and fire, so we have to satisfy those conditions first and work around it. And then increasing liability insurance cost. We're looking at some possible solutions. They won't be ready for this budget at the beginning of this budget year, but we're looking at long-term things to save, lessen liability costs, but also lessen health insurance costs. Considerations, it's tough when you in a city, but to grow and prosper economically, you've got to make some hard decisions or you're going to stagnate and decline. And unfortunately, we're in that position that we haven't had the growth that we should have had. So we've got to be able to implement some proven methods, some different methods to get out of that cycle. Change is hard. Change is hard for all of us, but we've got to be able to do some things differently. If we keep doing the same thing, we get the same results. So we want to be able to make adjustments where needed to be able to put Beaumont in a different level. This budget is built around City Council want. Well, in one of our first workshop, we asked you what were your priorities. We took those priorities and built a budget around it. As you look through this proposal, the things that you identified are the things that's in this budget. That's what we're looking. But in the future, we've got to make some changes. Next year, if we're looking at a shortfall for next year, we're planning now to address that. We have to start today, basically. And one of the things I'm going to do in proposing a budget next year is do a zero-based budget where everyone proves every penny, basically, and put in the budget together. The way we do it now, pretty much departments get the same amount every year, and you start from there. But we need to start over. We need to go from zero and each department prove what they're doing, because what we're doing, the services we're currently doing might not be needed anymore. We could do differently with services. So we've got to prove every expenditure next year. We were not able to do that this year, but next year it's going to be a part of the budget process. Vacant positions, we base a lot of our spending and surpluses on vacant positions. We average about 80 to 100 vacant positions a year. We're going to look at that closely. Anytime a position comes open, there's going to be a justification. You got to fill out a sheet and justify that position next year. And see if it's still needed. See if we still need to provide that service. We might not need to do that anymore. So we're going to look at it closely. And in that process time, a lot of dollars sit stagnant. They sit there in unfilled positions, and those dollars could be working for the city. It's better for us to put it to work, put those dollars to work and budget accurately than have dollars sitting around. Some principles of this budget. If you look to your left on this slide, this is the top 5 council priorities. These were your priorities. When we polled every one of you for your priorities for this budget, these were the top 5 things that came back. We kept score and some totaled them up, and that was it. Infrastructure was the top one. You had a lot of infrastructure notes. You had sewer system, you had water system, you were concerned about streets, concerned about facilities, et cetera. So this proposal includes infrastructure dollars. Quality of life, we heard parks over and over, quality of life. We put things in there that enhances the quality of life. Of course, public safety, big one. Again, most of the dollars in this proposal is public safety. And we did a lot of things to increase the resources for public safety, fire and EMS. We have a FUSA system in here. We have another system in here. We gave them $1. We have tasers, $168,000 for tasers in the public safety. And likewise, the EMS, 2 new ambulances, 4 people total to work with the EMS and some of the new systems they're proposing, and not to mention all the equipment. We shored up public safety quite a bit in this proposal. Fiscal responsibility, things look differently, but, we are, again, are being responsible. This budget, again, it's a balanced budget. It's also, it doesn't call for a tax increase. We all know we can't control the appraisal district, but we can, control those things we have the ability to. So this proposed tax rate is about 1.5 cents less than the one for this year. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's quite a bit. And then two, based upon our tax calculations, our O&M rate, we have fewer dollars to operate on O&M based on percentage. And I have to double check this with Todd, but our O&M rate's almost about 7 cents less than it was last year. So you actually have a lower rate to operate your city on than you did last year on O&M. And then development, we've talked about a lot of development projects. We've talked about downtown projects. We've talked about hotel projects, et cetera. So this includes dollars for things like this. Personnel costs, I put that on the slide. We are proposing some new positions. We want to reposition this city. We want to make sure we're doing the things that we need to do. And look at those old unfilled positions and see if they're needed. But let's put some things in place that we need now. So we're proposing 14. It might actually be 13 because one, we took two part-time to make one full-time for efficiency and needs. Compensation study. This accounts for getting everyone to $15 an hour minimum. Full-time employees, but it also, we're looking at adjustments to get people to minimums, 3-year plan or 2-year plan to get all of our employees to the minimums that the compensation study identifies. So there are dollars that are identified to help us get to that point too. I mentioned increased pay for sort resources and public safety already. But believe it or not, there's some positives. It does include your priorities. It includes a lot of your priorities. Of course, there's not an infinite amount of dollars, so we can't do them all. So we included the things we could afford and the things we had heard repeatedly from you. And they're in this proposal because I mentioned the balanced budget and it meets fund balance requirements. That lower proposed tax rate is proposed at 0.681485 versus 0.6950 last year. It was actually 0.01352 decrease. Of course, it raises more money than last year because, one, we had new values, approximately $143 million in adjusted new values that hasn't been taxed in the past. So that's just new values. And of course, you have appraisals that have been higher citywide, which brings in more dollars. But we'll be operating at a lower O&M rate than you did this year. This budget process, I wanted to make it interactive with council and staff. I wanted staff to have the ability to provide their needs and wants, and today they're going to be able to talk to you for a while, but likewise, I wanted to hear things from council now, and let's not wait until the day that the budget's presented to do that. So it's good to have that council and staff interaction. And again, there's consensus of the council. You can make changes to these proposals until adoption. You can recommend changes. The city manager presents a budget to you for your approval. And another thing with this positive, there's no new debt issuance called for in this budget. You will be looking at some debt issuance in 25. And if you're looking at a positive for drawing down the fund balance, that could be one of them because you don't issue any debt this year. And when you don't issue any debt, you don't go out for any re-ratings from bond agencies. So the timing of drawing it down is a good time because in 25, you're going to shore it up. As you know, one of my goals was to increase the fund balances, but we're not going to be able to do that this year at this point. But basically, you don't issue any debt this year, which is a good thing. Better the process, and I'll move on to someone else and as we go through this process. Again, changes can be made up until adoption. Today we'll have discussions with staff and special presentation. We'll file the budget with the city clerk on August 11th. That's when we have to post the budget online at our website and make it available. So that'll be August 11th. City manager will make a formal presentation to you August 15th. We'll have public hearings. You'll set the tax rate. So remember, when you set the tax rate, you can always go down, but you can't go up once you set it. So set it at a rate that you're comfortable with and give you some flexibility to adjust if needed. Budget adoption, and then new fiscal year starts October 1. What is that date?
Like September 12th.
Well, budgeting is such a serious topic. I usually try to put a funny, bit of humor in here, but I don't think we are going to get this to play, are we? Huh? Nope. How do I? You like find a bit of humor from Saturday Night Live that talks about budget, but this one's a really, really simple thing, and we'll see if Frankenstein plays. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the character that used to be on there. Can I get it to play? Well, if you can't, we'll get to come back to it. It's not on screen. Okay, we had good intentions there. We get it to play, we'll show it later. We'll need a break before this thing's over. Okay, well, any questions so far? Okay, we'll turn it over to, this is Todd's part. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Manager. Also, Mayor and Council, I just want to quickly thank my staff. Have Amy Schmidt with us. She's our budget analyst, hoping to be promoted to budget officer. And then Cheryl Ray is our controller. This was Amy's first year at a budget, so nothing's new to her. And Cheryl, she's been here a little over a year, so we're kind of young in our tenure, but they did a lot of work, worked a lot of long hours, and I appreciate them. Okay, so this first slide, I just wanted to give you a very high-level view of some of our major funds. And what we're doing here is we're basically showing how our projected revenues and expenditures are comparing to our budget for FY23, as you know, the current year lays the foundation to what our beginning fund balances will be for the fiscal year 24 budget. You'll see in the right-hand column that, you know, those numbers in red there means we're spending more than our budget. So we will come back to you later this fiscal year with some budget amendments. Like I said, this is very high-level detail. We'll get into some of the micro details on some slides to come. This next page, again, is a very high level of some of the major funds of the city. These are a lot of the funds that we presented to you at our workshop in May out at the Visitor Center. And what this one does, it tells you what our projected income or loss will be for these funds in fiscal year 23. And then it shows you what our ending fund balances will be, and then how they compare to our policy requirements. So you can see for the general fund, we're projecting to have an ending fund balance of 41 million. Our required fund balance is 20% of our annual expenditures. So we're over our minimum fund balance requirement by 9.4 million. You can see the same for our water and sewer fund and our solid waste fund. Those fund balance requirements are at 15% of annual expenditures. You can see the water and sewer fund is over required fund balance. The solid waste fund is projected to come in under required fund balance, but that will get shored up in FY24 very quickly. And you'll see that in the slides to come. This budget here, again, is a very high-level view of some of the major funds. It shows what our proposed budget is for these major funds. And it works through your ending fund balance and how they compare to our fund balance requirements. So you can see in the general fund, this budget will have, the FY24 budget will have an ending fund balance of 33 million. The required fund balance at the end of that year will be 32.9, so we're just shy of $85,000 over required minimum fund balance. Also, you can see the water and solid waste funds, they're going to be over the required minimum fund balances of 15% in both of those funds. None of the other funds have any policies regarding minimum fund balance. So if there's no questions so far, we'll go right into the general fund. This shows a snapshot of the 23 budget and this is just the revenue portion. So it shows the FY23 budget. It shows the FY23 projections, and then our proposed budget for FY24. So just to give you some background on some of these. So sales tax has been pretty flat the last couple of years, especially with the inflation. So we're budgeting basically a 1.5% increase in sales tax for next year. Property taxes, that's going up roughly 6.2%. That might sound confusing because the law says, we can only go up 3.5%. But we have new values on the appraised rolls this year that the city manager mentioned of over 143 million, so that helps out. And then we also have some unused incremental tax rate from prior years that we're able to borrow down on. And so that results in a 6.2% increase in property taxes. And I got some information on property tax rates that we can go over in a few slides to come. Industrial payments, they've been flat through the years, so we're just kind of holding steady on that. Gross receipts tax, basically a small percentage each year. Our in lieu's, those are funds that the solid waste fund and the water and sewer fund transfer to the general fund. You can see they're going up $400,000 compared to the budget. That's because the solid waste fund had some extra cushion in their fund balance. So, and you'll see in another slide, things I did to help balance this budget. This was part of it. So the charter says we can transfer up to 20% of the revenues from the prior year from the water fund or the solid waste fund into the general fund. So it's normally been about 17% from each of those funds for years and years. Before this addition of $400,000 from the solid waste fund, it was down to 14%. So we felt an increase was warranted to the general fund. Charges for services, there's a lot of miscellaneous charges in there, but basically the increase there is EMS revenue. As you all know, we're making a much greater concentrated effort on our EMS services. So I think typically in the past, we've been running 5 ambulances on the streets. I think fire chief can correct me later, but I think they're trying to get 7, maybe even 8 ambulances out on the street. So more ambulances equal more runs equal more revenue for the city. Of course, it's a lot more work. So we appreciate them for all of that. Fines and forfeits, that's been pretty flat since COVID. So not really a big increase there. Licenses and permits, you'll see there was a large increase in FY23 projections compared to what we budgeted. Mainly that's because I think we had a one-time $600,000 payment for a pipeline project. So that's why 2.7 million compared to 2 million is in this year. And then we'll talk about this later. We're keeping that revenue high going into 2024 because we're planning to make some changes to a gaming ordinance, which you'll hear about later, which will basically increase revenues compared to last year's budget as well. And then the transfers in, that's usually just $500,000 from the hotel fund to help support civic center activities. But you can see in FY '24, it increased by 2.4 million, or actually more than that. So we're going to have a total of 2.9 million for FY '24, and that's part of it's because 2.4 million is going to be used to reimburse ourselves, and you'll see it on the next slide on expenditures. You know, council approved an emergency contract a couple of weeks ago for some work, some drainage work being done on Long Street. And that project totals 7.3 million. It's in our capital plan. But they initially spent 2.4 million. So we had to record that expense in the general fund. We plan on reimbursing ourselves from a bond issue that we're going to do. So that's why that transfers in there. Here's this pie chart of our FY '24 revenues. Our largest source of revenue is sales tax. The next largest is property tax. So I just wanted to also just say, if you look at your sales tax, property tax, and industrial payments, that's 80% of the city's revenue. You can't really control sales tax at all, because that's up to the consumer. Property taxes were limited to 3.5% growth unless there's new property, and industrial payments are flat year to year. They tie to property values. So I said all that to say it's hard to balance a budget every year. Well, of course, we do that every year, but it's hard because 80% of our revenue is really stuff that is limited, capped, or we won't have a lot of control over. 13% of our revenue is gross receipts payments. So that's like franchise payments for cable, television, gas, electricity, things like that. That's out of our control. And then the in lieu payments coming from the water fund and solid waste fund. So if you add those two, that's 13%. So 93% of our revenue is a lot that we can't control. Now, we can control the in lieu payments. I think we can go up on that in the following years, especially in the water fund. And then that leaves 7% that we do have more control over, which are charges for services, fines and permits, fees, things like that. I just wanted to give you a little snapshot of that.
Todd, I have a question. These utility fund in lieu of payments. So we're going to see later that we're proposing water rate hikes, and yet we're taking money out of that fund and transferring it into the general fund. Can you help me understand why we're doing that? I mean, if you left the in lieu payments in the water fund, would we possibly not have to consider water rate hikes?
So we did not increase the in lieu payments from the water fund in the FY '24 budget. We did increase it from the solid waste fund. So like I said, so the water fund has typically transferred about 17%, close to 18% of its revenue to the general fund, because the general, I've explained to y'all in the past what that in lieu of is for. So, but just to recap, you know, they're supposed to be ran as businesses. So if the water utility company was a business, they'd be paying property taxes, they'd be paying sales taxes, they'd be paying the city franchise fees for use of our infrastructure, they'd be paying for our legal, they'd be paying for our finance, our purchasing, our HR, city management. And I've calculated that in the past for y'all, and 17% is pretty fair. Right now, they're only paying about 14%. So it is a balancing act between the two, but you have to treat them like a business. And there is no increase proposed in '24 for their in lieu payment to the general fund. That was just for the solid waste fund. Here's a snapshot. Same thing for the general fund, except looking at the expenditure side.
Todd, I hate to bring you back, but the 2.2% other, can you just speak to what some of those things may consist of?
That one probably is like interest, miscellaneous revenue, where we sell scrap metal, we have auction proceeds, things like that. It's
Okay.
very minor revenue.
Okay, I just want to be familiar with it. Thank you.
Okay, so back to the expenditure side of the general fund, you'll see the FY '23 budget. You'll see our projections for the year. And then you'll see the proposed budget for FY '24. You can see the big difference between the '23 budget and the '23 projections are the transfers out. So that's the majority of the difference. I'll have a slide on that. I can go over and give you some details on those transfers out. And if y'all want to, I can go over some of the proposed increases for FY '24. If anyone cares to hear that, or if you just want to go to the next slide, it's up to you.
I'd definitely like to hear that.
I was afraid you'd ask, but I'm ready. All right, let's go. Okay, so my notes are a little in different order than the slide. So let's look at police first. So as you can see, here, let me, I got it on my. Okay, so the police from budget to budget, police is increasing $2.2 million. Those increases include a contractual increase for the sworn officers of 3.75%. That equates to a little over $1 million. Another $325,000 relates to benefits related to that increase. So in this budget, overall, also, there is a 2% increase for civilian salaries. Now, whether we do it across the board 2% increase, or we take information from the salary survey and pick and choose who gets an increase, that's up to management and the council. We only had certain dollars to put into the budget, so basically a 2% increase for all civilians is in there. Like the city manager said, we're bringing our minimum wage to $15 an hour, and our TMRS rate for our pension increased by over 1% as well. So that's going to apply to all of those departments, but let me get back to police. So their normal operation had increases in uniforms. As you know, the new police contract, I think they get a vest. In the old contract, they were reimbursed a ballistic vest. I think the price was, I think it was $800, and I think it increased to $1,800. And that's just to help the officers cover their cost. We have $185,000 that's new in their budget for a TASER program. I think they might talk about that later, so I don't want to take that thunder away from them. Fuel costs are going up $50,000. They're buying more license plate readers, armor for $28,000. We have some down payment assistance and moving assistance programs that council wanted to see in the budget. That's about $70,000. So if you take all of those expenses I just went up, that's the increase in police. In fire, they have a 4% contractual raise that accounts for $815,000. Their pension separate. Then police and TMRS, they have their own pension system. Their contribution rate that the city has to put into their plan increased by 1.75%, so that equates for $360,000. The big one is overtime. I'm sure we're all aware that, with the EMS situation, there's a lot of overtime to staff the ambulances. So basically, when a paramedic is on that ambulance, it's $23 an hour. When a firefighter has to work overtime to man an ambulance, it ranges between $50 to $60 an hour. So their overtime for next year's budget has an increase of 1.2 million. Of course, we hope to work on that by filling vacancies for the paramedic positions. I think they're making progress in that area already, but we had to budget for. It was more than 1.2 million this year. We lowered it. So their uniforms, another $100,000. Their bunker gear is very expensive. It got hit with inflation due to COVID, like everything else. Their fuel, they run a lot of fuel. That's up $140,000. They have 4 new employees. I think they'll talk about that in their slides, but that's basically $350,000. And then they also have some down payment and moving assistance into their budget. That's about $70,000. So if you add all that up, that gets close to the $2.6 million increase in their budget. Go ahead.
From a percentage standpoint, fire and police, what is the percentage of that eat into our overall budget?
Yeah, so fire and police, they take about 58% of the operating budget for the general fund.
All right. And the next thing I would just like to ask in the future, Mr. Manager, when we look at these contractual negotiations, we can kind of dive into the percentage that's taken and how it can affect us in the future with our revenue not actually growing and our city not growing in population. And we're actually decreasing in revenue we bringing in, but we increasing in some contractual obligations. So I like to really look at that because that's something that I see we're kind of sinking.
Also, just another tidbit of information. I've always told y'all the general fund is about 75% wage and benefit related. We've had large increases in our health cost for our employees. So for FY24, about 78% of this budget is wage and benefit related.
Todd,
Yes.
the 58% that you just mentioned, first responders, and that does, the obvious is it does include EMS.
Correct.
Yeah. And then when you look at the budget for 24 for fire, part of that is the pension plan contribution that we're going up from 18 to 20%. And when does that kick in?
That kicks in October 1st.
Thank you.
And that accounted for $360,000 increase.
Thank you.
The next big increase is in facilities maintenance. As you all know, unfortunately, Keith gets all the utilities in his budget. It makes his budget look bad, but insurance, as y'all know, went up dramatically. Of course, we also in Keith's budget for facilities maintenance is electricity, gas, water, sewer. All of those increased. So basically, his entire budget that increased $985,000 is beyond his control. It's all utility and insurance related. The next big increase is information technology. Their budget increased about $800,000. So a large part of that is they're basically software maintenance and hardware maintenance going through contract services. That line item increased $605,000. I can't sit here and pretend to tell you the background of all of that. I certainly don't know technology as far as all of the hardwares and softwares we have, but I know these are not new. It's just maintaining our current systems that we have. There's also a new cybersecurity audit we have to do that's $68,000. But basically, that's all equipment maintenance, technology related. Okay, the next, I guess you'd say a large increase from budget to budget is parks. Their budget increased $526,000. So part of that is in their proposed budget, and this might be on one of their slides, so I apologize if it is, but they have a parks and trail study to study all of our parks in the city that cost $225,000. They have some increases in wages and benefits of $47,000, and then we're adding, looks like about 4 employees at a cost of about $230,000. And those employees are for highway maintenance and just laborers in the parks. The next one I'd probably want to bring out is planning and community development. They had an increase in their budget of $724,000. So they have wage and benefit increases of about $200,000. You'll see maybe in one of their slides, there's a tree ordinance that they want to talk to you about. That's $100,000. There's a homeless camp of $250,000, comprehensive plan of $200,000, a downtown plan of $50,000. I'm sure they'll give you that information later. Again, we're bringing, just getting back to the overall general fund, we're bringing 46 employees up to $15 an hour. That's a cost of $135,000. I've already mentioned the increase in the TMRS rate. Pension contribution going up a little over 1%. That's $365,000. And then money budgeted for whatever increases that are handed out through an across-the-board raise or through some type of strategic analysis through our salary survey, we budgeted $700,000. All that's included in this budget.
That slide, Todd. So our expenditures from 23 from budget to projected increased $12,342,000. How much did our revenue increase based off of what was originally budgeted?
So 145 to 150.
So 5 million. So you're still short 7.3 million based off of the projected, right? That'd be the 12 million minus the 5 million, right? So if you go back to one of the first slides you showed us, where we're taking our fund balance all the way down to basically 80 some odd $1,000 of the minimum. What happens if we run into any hiccup at all this year?
Well, if we run into a hiccup, we'll, without any additional revenue streams, or if we haven't had time to implement, like the manager was saying, looking at positions, freezing them, cutting them through attrition, whatever, will dip below minimum required fund balance.
Yes, whenever that happens, the city manager give you a report that we're having some financial things we need to adjust, and I will come back with a recommended plan to make those adjustments, whether it's looking at capital projects, delaying things like that, or whatever. But when it happens, I'll come to you with a plan.
But wouldn't it be more appropriate for us as a council to make those adjustments now rather than, I mean, the writing's on the wall, the problem's coming. I mean, I think over the last many years, the council's worked hard to build the fund balance up, and seeing it going from $48 million at the beginning of '23 to $84,000 above the minimum in a 12-month period is not a plan that I can support.
Well, this budget, part of this budget plan is to build your fund balance in the future, not this year. The dollars are there, but basically in the long or intermediate term is to build it. I think last budget workshop, I talked to council, I thought we should build our fund balance up. But with dollars there and you have some of these things, you have no control over what you're paying. You have no control over these benefits and these contractual obligations, et cetera. And you see what did they say, 7-8% of your dollars are in payroll benefits and stuff, but you still have to operate a city. I see nothing wrong with operating at fund balance, as long as you're at required fund balance. You're providing the things you need for your city. But with the plan, that's some of the things I've talked about, and going back to a zero-based budget next year and proving every penny. And when I've done that in the past, I've had no problem in coming up with cost savings, because typically over years you build up waste. Tremendous amount of waste, just getting the same amount of dollars every year without having to prove it up.
Do you see over the next 12 months a major increase in revenues that's going to help build that back up? Because every year since I've been on council, we've used a small portion of the fund balance to balance the budget. And going into next year, there's not going to be, I said there's only going to be $84,000 to play with.
Yeah, well, as I said, that was one of my leading things about your fund balances were declining. They didn't just start this year.
Right.
They've been to this point. But what we are doing, we are putting the brakes on it. We're saying, okay, we're here, we're at that point, but we need to correct it. We need to put things in place to start building it up. You're at required fund balance. According to the charter, you're satisfying your charter requirements with this amount. You can always have more, but then too, you can put that money to work. Sometimes it sits there and it's not working for you as a city. And we're maximizing the services that we're providing with this proposed budget by being able to do that. But a lot of these dollars are not just going for do things, they're going for you to do day-to-day operations.
The question.
Councilman Turner, then Councilman Getz.
Something that was a concern of mine when I first heard you say this, Mr. Manager, we're not starting at a $0 evaluation and looking at approving everything case-by-case basis. I'm even seeing things increase, and if we're not evaluating that, how are we getting the proper ROI on what we're actually putting this revenue towards? Like, how are we assessing to even know what the ROI is to some of the budgets and some of the increases if we're not starting at zero, looking at it itemized?
Well, there are different ways to budget, and one way to do it is through a zero-based budget. Then this is not a zero-based budget, but departments did submit their requests to us, and we were able to evaluate them. Finance, myself, assistant city managers, we were able to look at what they submitted to evaluate to see if it was justified. It's not as thorough as a zero-based budget. You won't nearly achieve the savings of a zero-based budget, but we did examine it.
Yeah, I'm more in support of the zero base, because my thing is, like Taylor said, the general fund is decreasing. We're spending more revenue. We got to figure out a way to, catch up to this before it can get out of control and we actually be at a loss.
Yeah, and that's the plan. We just didn't have enough time to do it this year with the new process.
Councilman Getz?
Mr. Williams, one of the things that your predecessor used to talk about is that the fund balance is essentially your rainy day fund, and it was important to have sufficient revenues set aside in the case of a hurricane or a natural disaster, which we're prone to have. And he also emphasized that, without that money there, the city would be really strapped to be able to rebuild and continue operations. I bring that up because I believe I have heard and have had told to me that, one of the problems with FEMA is that you have to wait on that money. And I believe there has been some laws or legislation passed that allow you to now, if we needed that money, go to a bank based on the promise that FEMA is going to come in and get a loan if we had to have that in the case of an emergency. Is that something that either you or Todd have heard about? Are you familiar with that?
I've not heard of a loan program, but I've been working with FEMA since I've been here 18 years. Right when I started, Rita hit. And it does take, it took 9 years to close out Ike. Personally, I wouldn't be in favor of a loan because you're going to be paying interest on an amount that FEMA may or may not reimburse.
I was just thinking I had read somewhere where you could go ahead and get some sort of a, maybe I misread it, but a very low interest loan based on the representation that FEMA was going to be coming in, and you would be able to accelerate that process of getting some funds if you actually absolutely needed it. But
There was legislation that was approved for that.
there
You're
was.
correct, yes. It was passed and signed by the governor. We can get more details on it, but it is a low interest rate because of, since they're not helping us on our insurance, they're helping us with our FEMA disbursements. So,
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad I'm not imagining things. Thank you.
Okay, if everyone's ready to continue. So these are the transfers out I've been talking about. You can see the proposed transfers out of the general fund for FY23 and FY24. Just to give you a little history, we normally transfer about $2.5 million a year to our municipal transit fund. As you all know, that fund is supported by federal grants. They only give about 50% of operating costs, so the general fund has to bear the other 50%. So you can count on that transfer being in there almost every year. The transfer to the streets and drainage fund of $2.4 million, that's related to the Long Street drainage project that I've told y'all about and y'all approved a couple of weeks ago. We normally transfer $2.5–3 million a year to the capital reserve fund. That's basically an extension of the general fund. That's where all the capital non-operating costs are charged to, like rolling fleet, all of our vehicles, building improvements, like roofs, equipment for firefighters and police officers, SCBAs, extraction tools, all that's bought out of the capital reserve fund. The reason why it's $200,000 this year and next year, you'll see in a slide later, we're proposing to reallocate $5 million from our ARPA funds to the capital reserve fund to help balance the budget. We haven't needed to transfer money to the employee benefits fund until recent years, maybe last year, FY '22. As you all know, health costs are skyrocketing. Our costs to the city are no difference. So we're going to have a presentation on health costs later today that will walk you through that. But basically, this fund did support itself prior to COVID. We think what happened is that during COVID, all of the elective surgeries were canceled. You couldn't get elective surgeries. If your back was hurting, whatever, you couldn't go fix it. COVID lifted, everyone's getting caught up on elective surgeries on top of skyrocketing costs. It used to cost the city about $16,000, $800 per employee on an average. Of course, we average that out to the employee, even though the employee extends coverage to their families. So $13,800. If we don't do anything to curb those costs, it's going to be more like $19,000 an employee. We transfer money usually annually to the general liability fund between $1 million and $1.5 million. So all of these transfers will be reoccurring in different amounts except for that streets and drainage transfer. In the general fund, city managers mentioned it, these are the 14 new positions. Think they might talk about these in their departmental slides.
Yeah, each want to go over those, Todd, so let's let the department heads go.
Just a brief overview on things that we did to help balance the budget. Again, this gaming ordinance will be discussed later. That will create $600,000 of revenue. We're proposing to set our property tax rate at 0.681485 cents per $100 of valuation. That will be the cap. That's the voter approval rate. Anything above that amount, our citizens would need to approve. You can go any amount below that. We increased the payment in lieu from the solid waste fund by $400,000 a year. We used existing fund balance. I'll have a slide on this. We're proposing to get your approval to reallocate $5 million of ARPA funding from infrastructure projects to the capital reserve fund. And we're doing that reimbursement resolution. That should actually be $2.44 million for the Long Street emergency project. This is a history of our property tax rate. So as you can see, we've been decreasing our property tax rate. Of course, that's a function of assessed values, as we all know, it's been going up. What I will say, you'll see our debt service rate going up almost a penny. We actually are going to look to issue debt this year of $30 million in January for infrastructure projects. I'll walk you through all of that. The good news is we're going to issue $30 million of debt for infrastructure projects for streets and drainage. Again, I'll walk you through that in a minute, but we're lowering our tax rate. As you can see, like the manager said earlier, our general fund is going from 51 cents to 49 cents. So that's a decrease of 2 cents. I think earlier he had mentioned maybe a 7-cent decrease. That's if you went with the no new revenue rate. We never go with the no new revenue rate because we always need new revenue. So he was correct on the 7 cents. It's just tied to a different rate. We're going with the voter approval rate. So again, looking to issue $30 million of new debt, tax rate going down almost a cent or 1.4 cents. Here's our assessed values, a little history. As you can see, 2022 on, The assessed values increase dramatically. This is all driven by the state comptroller's office. They're mandating all of the appraisal districts to get assessed values to market value. So that's why property values are increasing rapidly now. It's a mandate driven by the state comptroller's office. We have no control over that. All we can control is our tax rate. Here's the original allocation of the $33 million we got from the American Rescue Plan, how it was originally allocated. We want to use $5 million of that, as I've said, for the capital reserve fund to fix our air conditions, heaters, roofs, buy police vehicles, buy ambulances, etc. So we need that $5 million. We plan on taking $800,000 out of sewer rehab. We plan on taking the entire $2 million out of Harriet lift station and the entire $2.2 million from Wallen Avenue C lift station. Those projects will still continue. They're still in our community investment plan. Rather than being funded with ARPA funds, they'll just be funded with revenue bonds in the future. Nothing planned in FY24. So those projects will not be stalled. They won't be delayed. They won't be cut. It's just a different way of paying for them. We'll turn to the water fund. This is basically a snapshot of our revenues in the water fund. We're projected to come in at budget for water, residential, sewer residential, commercial charges. The other interest earnings is up, so that's why we're getting more in interest earnings in 2023. And then you'll hear all about the increase of revenue for water and sewer during Grady Reed's presentation, which we can go into detail when he gets his presentation. Water fund expenditures. You can see the 23 budget, how we're projecting for 23 and our proposed budget for 24. A big increase was in the repair and maintenance. As part of maintaining the system, that's where our chemicals are charged. So that's why it's going from $6.1 million to $7 million. All of that is due to increased cost of chemicals like chlorine, ammonia. Our debt payments, they're increasing about $800,000, and that's because in FY23, we had issued water revenue bonds, but they were issued mid-year, so we only had to pay half the payment in 23. We're going to have a full payment in 24 and going forward. The in lieu staying the same. And again, we're going to be above required fund balance in the water fund. Solid waste fund, same snapshot of the revenues. Coming in a little under budget. It's hard to predict year to year what we're going to do on landfill fees. So they're coming in under budget. We didn't have an auction. Well, we did have an auction, a city auction this year, but there was no assets from the solid waste fund that were auctioned off. We plan on having that auction. Well, we have the auction twice every year. We usually sell some assets in there and usually generates that $200,000, so that's why that's back in there. You'll see we're proposing a $1 increase to residential collections. So that's going to go from, I believe it's $22.75 a month, it's $23.75 a month. We need it to be above the minimum fund balance. We're also going to, this will be in a presentation later, I'll just briefly mention it, but I think Benji is going to propose an ordinance change on landfill fees That's going to generate $750,000 of revenue. We'll still remain highly competitive with surrounding landfills. I'll let him tell you all about that in his slideshow. And again, we're going to end the year in the solid waste fund above minimum required fund balance. So let's look at those expenditures. That's the FY23 budget, our projections. And then next year's budget, you'll see we're actually lowering our budget compared to the prior year by a couple of $100,000. That's mainly because we're reducing some capital expenditures. Usually Benji runs a tight ship. He's got good equipment out there. We never have any complaints with trash pickup. So we're just not needing as many trash trucks and grapplers in '24 as we've had in the past. And again, we'll end the year above minimum fund balance for solid waste fund. We made a few changes to the capital program when we last gave it to you in May out at the Terrell Park Visitor Center. So in the bright yellow are the changes. I'm not sure what you want to call that other color, the gold, the one on the top. As I go through these slides, everything that's in gold, we're going to issue a certificate of obligation for in FY24. That's going to total up to about 30 million. But as you can see on the top in parks, since we gave you the capital program in May, we added those 3 parks that are highlighted in yellow due to council requests. On the pickleball courts, in the original plan we gave you, I think we had a conversion out at Rogers Park that didn't seem to be a great idea for some of you, so we took that out and we reworked the pickleball courts at the tennis center. And then the other change.
Wait. There's already some courts at Rogers Park striped for pickleball. So when you say you removed Rogers Park pickleball conversion, what was that plan?
Jimmy, do you want to talk about that? Parks and Rec, well, our recreation director is coming up to address that. His mic.
Just hit the button.
Mayor can turn it on.
You see it? No.
That? Oh, never knew that's how that worked. One of our proposals was to convert we'll say the 2 westernmost tennis courts at Rogers to convert fully pickleball, to remove the tennis nets. And that was what Todd referenced that wasn't really met with approval.
Okay. Thanks.
That it?
Okay, the other change was there was a driving range cover out at the golf course. We took that out, and recreation director felt money would be better served with another restroom out there. So that's the only changes on this slide for parks and recreation. This is
One more question I have. Can you go back that slide? The addition of a community park in Ward 1 and the community park in South End proposed in fiscal years 26 and 27. I understand that there may have been some talk about that from individual city council members. Was there ever a consensus reached? I mean, is it, that those are things should be, how is that determination made?
Usually it would be by consensus. Again, this is proposed. So if the consensus is to remove it, we'll easily remove it. These are also, if it's not in gold, these items would all go to the voters for a general obligation bond. So the city wouldn't just move forward on any of these projects unless it's in gold without voter approval.
So these things that are in gold would have to be financed through a general obligation bond that goes to the voters, and it would be lined out for the voters, specific projects that they would be voting on.
The things not in gold. Gold is a certificate of obligation. Those are infrastructure projects that we plan to move forward with. Everything that's not highlighted would go to the voters as individual projects to be approved.
So these ones on the right in yellow would be financed through general obligation bonds,
Correct, if approved by the voters.
only if approved by the voters.
Correct.
And one thing I would like to add, council, over here. In the budget for next year, proposed for the Parks Department is a Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan. What that plan will entail is for a consultant along with city staff, along with residents of the city, that plan will look at the entire city and help to determine where new parks should be added in the city. It's going to be a comprehensive plan for our park system. So the community investment plan that you see before you and that you'll receive next week, only fiscal year 2024 is what we appropriate in the budget. Those remaining 4 years are just for planning purposes. So things can be moved around and shifted around, deleted or removed, but that Parks Master Plan that's proposed in the budget will give the entire city, as well as council and staff, the big picture of where we want to go with our park system in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Turner?
With that Parks Master Plan, will it also assess and evaluate if we have too many?
Yes, it will. It will look at all parts of the city. It may even suggest parks that may need to be closed. I know that's been a part of the city council discussion as well. It will look at future development. It's going to be a 10-year plan, so it's going to look out 10 years into the future.
Councilman Getz?
Any park that is suggested to be closed, as I understand the charter, that would have to go to the voters too. Is that correct?
If it's in the charter, then yes, we'll follow the charter.
I see Mr. Boone nodding his head. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, next slide is for.
Todd, I got a question yesterday about the 555 Main Street, the 8.7 million. Can we talk about that? It's on the slide you just changed from, I think.
That's on the next
The
slide.
next slide, okay. Make sure we talk about that.
Okay, again, going back to changes in facilities, looks like we added a water park and a food truck park on the bottom. Again, both of those would go to a general obligation bond, be up to the voters. That was the only change here. I'm not sure what kind of discussion you want to get on Main Street, but Keith is here for that project, but basically that one's already funded. I'll let you lead whatever discussion you want on that.
I think we just want to explain it. What's it for? What's going to include there for that $8.7 million?
Okay, Keith Folsom, our facilities director, is coming up to address that.
If you look in fiscal year 2024 on the 555 Main Street Plaza there at $8,770,000.
Yeah, and that was something that I had put numbers on, and it was a division that I had to develop a plaza with a proposed like small, medium splash pad, an entire plaza, fountain in the plaza, some actual storefront buildings that the city could lease out for vendors. And we did have a section that taking in part of the, some of the parking lot at Civic Center into a food truck area. And then we had an outdoor small pavilion for a bandstand. But that was a vision I had to put numbers on it. It's nothing set in stone at this point.
Councilman Getz?
Okay, well, this is proposed for FY '24, so it's getting ready to be set in stone within the next few weeks. And the question I have is, given the fact that we are working towards having a downtown hotel, which potentially may be on that site, why would we allocate funds to do what you just described when that might be where we need to put the hotel?
Yeah, but I just put that in there as a placeholder, not knowing what the overall plan is. I think council is going to have to decide what they're going to do. I mean, we won't move forward with that until probably that overall development plan or the hotel is decided.
Well, moving forward with taking the building down, which has already been budgeted, versus $8.7 million to come out of next fiscal year's budget. I mean, as Councilmember Neal has said on a couple of times, we're going all the way down to the fund balance minimum. Wouldn't it be more prudent to just put that further down the road until we can see where we are with the hotel, whether or not we're going to go forward with that hotel? Because I mean, we will have spent $4 million on purchasing the AT&T building, doing asbestos abatement, and demolishing the building. And now another proposed $8.7 million for doing something on that site, which I could never and will never support. I could support and would support a hotel downtown if it's needed on that location. I cannot see the wisdom of putting $8.7 million into a proposed plaza on a location where we may be building the hotel.
Well, that's going to be a council decision and management decision as to where
Yeah,
we proceed
I
with
believe
that.
you brought this up briefly during the last workshop. Did you talk about this at all?
Yes. And I think Councilman Getz had questions on it at that time.
So I guess my question, the funding from this, is this cash? What is this? What is the funding source?
Background on this, so it's in our current year capital plan at $5 million. And the general fund transferred that $5 million to the capital plan several years ago with the understanding and council approval to demolish the building and then basically fix up the properties and some of the riverfront area. So we had $5 million allocated for that and approved by the majority of council. Since then, there's been talk of downtown development, and we wanted more than just nice green space out there. So Keith took it on his own to make it nicer than just taking down a building and providing green space. So that's why it grew from the $5 million to the roughly $9.4 million as it is today. But the only thing that's been approved so far is the $5 million. And the rest of the funds we already had from Hurricane Ike. So there's an extra $3 million in there from Ike that's been left over and allocated for riverfront development.
So this 8.7, are you saying that includes the 5 we've already spent?
We've only spent, I think, close to 3 million out of the 5 for the purchase of it. And
The asbestos abatement.
The asbestos abatement.
And then there's another amount of money set in there for demolition, and that's
Right, like
already.
I said, we have $5 million specifically allocated by council towards the project. The rest would be using the leftover, I'm sorry, I said I said Ike money, but we issued a bond, I think, in 2013 for riverfront development. We were about to put a park and everything in there. There's still $3,000 of bond money in that capital program. So you add the 3 to the 5, there's 8. And so he was just trying to come up with something to make it better than pretty green space for development.
I think that there's decisions yet to be made in regard to what we do over there. You know, we were still going through the feasibility aspect of the hotel. And so it was up in the air which way we're gonna go. I think we probably should keep the money in here that we need for demolition and et cetera. And I don't know if the other money, if it can be placed back in whatever general fund or fund balance or whatever until something's decided. I think that's what we should do at this point until something's decided.
The 3 million though is earmarked for Riverfront. So whatever we decide to approve in the future for that, it's there. It's not going to be moved to the general fund.
Right, the 3 million was from a specific bond issue. You have to use that money for how the bond was designated. So the 3 million has to stay in there for riverfront. You could reallocate whatever's left out of the 5 million after taking it down. I don't know how much would be left after that. Because like I said, I think we've already spent 3 million out of the 5.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going with this, Todd. I'm saying that in view of the fact that we are very serious about this downtown hotel, and in view of the fact that our fund balance is being taken down to the minimum, anything, in my perspective, anything that is left over after the demolition of the building should be put back in the general fund to help shore up the fund balance. Can that be done?
Certainly, just
We keep talking about at some point we need to get a consensus of council on whether or not that is the best way to pursue this. When do we do that?
This is a good time.
This is a good time? Well, I can tell you right now, from my perspective, for the reasons I just said, I would support putting anything over and above the demolition of the building back into the fund balance and shoring that up. And, you know, I'd love to hear how other council members feel about that.
To get some clarity though, right now we're still waiting on a total cost for demolition with the dirt work.
Yes, I'm working on that project, so we're getting close to
So,
getting it to purchase.
so we will have an opportunity to discuss this. At this point, we don't have a total dollar amount. There's a difference between the demolition and the dirt work that we got into the problem with the prior vote and why it expired. So we don't have those numbers at this point. I don't think anybody disagrees with what you say. At this point, it's an estimate. We can do that once we find out how much money we have left over, if that's the direction the council wants to go.
But will we have the opportunity to have those numbers before we have to adopt a budget?
Probably not.
So we need to hear from council, keeping in mind that, yes, we need to take the, and listen, I just want to be clear on this for the public. I have said all along that I opposed the city getting involved in this hotel, in this AT&T purchase. But I told the previous city manager, if you can convince me of a reason why it would be prudent for the city to buy and tear down the building, you could perhaps sway me. The opportunity to bring a full-service hotel and make the Civic Center into a convention center does sway me on that. And we have already spent the money to purchase the AT&T building, abate the asbestos. And so you're looking at a relatively small expense for the remainder of the demolition. But you will never convinced me that the best way to use that site is to put another park or a plaza downtown, especially when that is almost certainly going to be the preferred location of the hotel. So, given the fact that our fund balance is so close to the edge, wouldn't it make more sense to just say, yes, allocate the funding to demolish the building, which we know is probably going to be, $750,000 to $1 million, and then put the rest back in the fund balance? Is there anybody that has a problem with that idea?
Councilman Samuel and then Councilman Felshaw.
It's been my hope that we would be able to go through this process and listen to the recommendations of staff. I understand that in looking in retrospect with the 23 budget and now looking at the 24 budget and some of the concerns that have been raised, and Todd, it's my understanding thus far that as we look at the 2024 budget, we're looking at trying to move through this year, and 25 would be much better with our change in our approach to the budget, being the zero-based budget. That will make the difference in the future in 25. Is that what you were saying? With the zero, yes. So,
That should give us a clear picture of what we actually have
Okay.
and be able to get some economies of scale and paring back the budget that's grown over the years.
okay. So, as I understand, the 555 Main Street wasn't one of the things that had been identified as being what's going to allow us to move forward in the 24 budget to shore up our budget. That was not the primary focus of shoring this up. But looking at the overall plan is the way that we were trying to deal with 2024. Is that correct? Is that a correct assessment?
Correct.
Okay. So now I'm hoping, Councilman, that we will be able to put aside our personal beliefs about projects, because when I look at 555, I knew this was coming. We're looking at a hotel. We're trying to see if that's going to be feasible for us. And that is a possible location. There are other options. Now, this is not the first time we voted on dealing with 555. We've actually made decisions, but we continue to stop or allow it to be stopped because of personal feelings. I'm hoping that this is not what we're going to see today. I'm just wanting to move forward and hear your proposal, the staff proposal, on how we're going to move through 2024 to get to 2025 and incorporate those things that we've been looking at in recent months to continue in the development of downtown Beaumont. And this is the first time I've heard that this is somewhat being derailed simply because of your feelings about 555 Main Street. So if I'm incorrect, straighten me.
Okay.
I'm hoping we can move forward.
Because of the magnitude of this expenditure, I feel it needs to be discussed now. Because of the fact that we need to get direction from council as to whether or not we move forward with developing a plaza and a splash pad and all the rest downtown, when we have already been told that that is the preferred site of the hotel? We need to get consensus from council now. We have and should always have the ability to pivot when new information becomes available. When the 555 Main Street was first started, there was no hotel even on the horizon at that time. No developer had approached us about a desire to build a downtown hotel. That was not even out there. So the plan was presented at a town hall meeting at the event center, in which you could take the building down and develop a plaza. That's where that first started. And so I want to
Before you get too
past
far, I want to ask the question. Please, allow me to ask the question. So are we talking about taking these funds, this 8.7, are we talking about going to construction in 2024 on this project?
I mean, the way it's set up right now, it'd be a placeholder for it.
But we would have to make a decision to move forward with that.
That is correct.
But that money that that he's talking about putting back into the capital project, that would not significantly impact where we're going right now with the 2024 budget. Is that correct? I understand what you're saying, Mike, but I'm not hearing that immediately upon we shoring up this 2024 budget for this year, that amount that's been set for that 555, that's not going to be immediately taken to construction.
But my point is, once it's budgeted, then it makes it able to be taken to construction, because you say that, hey, it's budgeted. We've already been talking about it. We've planned for it. It's in the budget. I make a motion, we do it. And so.
But that will come back to us, Mike.
It would, but to me, it makes more sense to take it out of the budget now, because there's no realistic desire, I don't think. I haven't heard from
Okay,
five
well,
other council
I
members,
would
but-
just say this, Mike. If that's what the consensus of the council wants to do, take that money out, that's fine. But right now, that's not where we are. We're trying to move forward with the 2024 budget, and that is in the grand scheme of things of this budget, that's not gonna make or break our 24 shoring up to 2024 budget. All I'm saying is we have the opportunity to deal with that later. Let's not sidetrack or derail the progress that we're making now by that one project.
We've got an $85,000 cushion over our fund balance projected. I would feel personally a whole lot better if we could take that money that I don't think any of us at this point, and y'all speak up, please. If some of y'all want to go ahead and go forward with a plaza at the 555 Main Street location, this would be the time to say, yeah, I'm in support of that. But I would feel personally a whole lot better if that money was put back into the general fund so that our fund balance is not so dire.
All right, Councilman Getz, and I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to let City Manager go, then it's Councilman Felshaw, then Councilman Durio, and then I think we can move. Councilman Neal.
Since we asking for our opinion, I'll speak on it too.
Well, I'm looking for the opinion on the plaza. If we get the opinion on the plaza, that'll give us some direction on how to go forward.
All right, so Councilman Felshaw.
Todd, please be patient with my ignorance on finances. I don't have a degree in finance as you do. So bring some clarity to me. This $8.7 million for AT&T, in that 8 million is the 5 million and the 3 million, correct?
Correct,
The 3 million has already been earmarked.
correct.
So if we move it from one line to another, that's a journal entry. But that money will still be earmarked for this project, correct?
Correct.
Whatever we proceed on.
It doesn't free that money up to go do something else. Is that correct? It's already earmarked. It's designated monies. So am I correct in saying we can change this number from 8.7 to 5.7? That $3 million, it's a journal entry, but it's still earmarked. So it overall, what kind of an impact does that have upon what we're talking about, and that being our budget?
I mean, you can do like Councilman Getz is saying, or you could keep it the way it is. The 3 million's got to go into riverfront development.
But I'm just saying, if you move as a journal entry, you're still not going to be able to use that money, correct, for anything else?
Right.
So I'm asking you as a finance director, are we getting into semantics here? Are we talking about something that's really a mute issue?
No, it's not mute because you could return the unused portion of the 5 million back to the general fund.
Whatever's not used for the tearing down of the AT&T building and the dirt work that needs to be done, correct?
Correct.
So the 3 million we can't touch.
Correct.
Of the 5.7 we could, or we'll just say 5 million, but we don't know what this work's going to require yet, do we?
No, not on the demo and the dirt work until he bids.
So if we took out 2 million, left you with 3, you could come back to us and say, I need 2 more million.
We've already spent 3 of the 5.
So your recommendation to us is to,
Well, I put that in as a placeholder so that once we had it demoed, there'd be a plan in place to move with something instead of a grassy
now
field.
you're talking about the 3 million now,
Yes.
but we're working with SWA and Garfield. We don't know what this thing's going to look like yet. And I think that's to Councilman Getz's point, but it's still we're working on it, but we don't know yet what it is. But again, moving this 3 million, does it really matter? How does it matter if it's earmarked, if it's designated monies?
We have already spent $3 million.
Right.
Okay. That's not part of this 5.7. I'm sorry, this
8.7.
8.7. This is additional funds. The 3, I mean, we've already spent a previous fiscal year the money to buy the building and to do the work on the asbestos abatement. This is for the plaza. This isn't part of what we've already spent.
Yeah, the 8.7 is my projected cost to develop that site.
Okay, so that was my question. The 5 million, so that 3, what you're talking about, the monies we've already spent is not included in that 8.7.
Not in my projections.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, well, that was the part that I
Whatever's money's
misunderstood.
left
That's why I
over.
asked you, please be patient with me. But I thought, Todd, you were saying the monies we've spent to tear it down was included in that.
Yeah, I'm glad I was patient because I learned too. I didn't.
Okay, well, that brings clarity to me. I because I was worried, I was getting confused here because I'm thinking, well, what does it matter if the bulk of this money is going to be used for the tear down and the dirt work? The 3 million is already designated funds. We can't touch it, so it really doesn't matter where you put it. It's just a journal entry. But you're saying the money of tear down is not in that 8.7.
No, sir.
Okay.
So, Councilman Felshaw, if you want to weigh in, I guess one of the things we're addressing is the plaza with the splash pads are, at that point, that would be on hold for 24 until we know the direction with the hotel.
Well, my problem is that I'm completely behind the development of that site, completely. We've talked about a green space from Riverfront Park all the way to the event center. So I'm in favor of that. I don't know where the hotel's going to land. I don't know, even if it doesn't land there, we're still talking about developing this area and wrapping it around. But that's the problem. With Garfield, SWA, whoever, we still don't have that footprint. So it gets, how do I speak to this about moving monies around? But again, I am greatly concerned about our budget and how that we're under for $8 million for 2024. That's a real concern.
Councilmember Felshaw, we do have information from Garfield Public Private as to their preferred location of the hotel.
Yeah, but that hasn't been finalized yet. We as a council have not decided. I mean, have we? If I've missed it, please tell me. But we don't know where the hotel's going to land. And so I'm just concerned about now we're making decisions on monies that we don't know how we're going to spend it.
For 1 second?
Yeah, just to echo a little bit what Councilman Felchaw was saying, Garfield Public Partners, as y'all know, council authorized phase 2. And so they are in that process. And they are going to have a public hearing to discuss, what the hotel might look like, where it might go. You're right, it is all in flux. And we don't know exactly, is it going to be on where the AT&T building is now? Is it going to be just south of that, closer to the river? Is it going to be closer to the Civic Center? We don't know, but we're in that process now. 2 real quick points I'll make is when we acquired that building, we did convey to the public, in my opinion, that we were going to do something, a plaza, something on that property. So whether that plaza is exactly on the AT&T building location or closer to the river or maybe next door, I do think we need to do something. You're right, we don't know at this point. But it's important to note that if we have some money in the budget, we would be able to, a year from now, because we should know a lot more than we know from Garfield within the next 60 days, which is, just after the fiscal year. But in my opinion, I wouldn't want to be a year from now saying, well, we can't even just start the design work because it's not in the budget. We're going to have to wait till FY 25 to even start the design work on a plaza, wherever that may be. But we should know a lot more in the next 60 to 90 days, certainly this next fiscal year.
Councilman Getz, that's my point, is we don't know. But here's the thing for me, and I know you haven't been supportive of taking down the AT&T building, okay?
But I just said I would.
Without the hotel. Okay, so
Let's
I
just
hear
wait
you.
until allow everybody to speak at one time, and let's don't interrupt. And right now, it's Councilman Philshaw, and then you'll be identified.
Thank you, Mayor. But my point being, Mike, let's say we take down the AT&T building, and then Garfield comes back and says, you know what? I'd put that hotel closer to the Civic Center. So now we got a patch of dirt over there, nothing sitting there. So for me, whether the hotel goes there or not, something's going to be done there, because that's what we told the public. We're going to put in a green space. We're going to put in an outdoor area. Whether we put the hotel there or not, something has to go there. Or the removal of the AT&T building was definitely a waste of money and time. So for me, again, we're speaking to something that's hard to speak to because we haven't gotten a report yet from Garfield where that hotel needs to sit. I yield my time, Mayor.
Then Councilman Durio, then Councilman Neal, Councilman
Keith,
give everybody a chance.
after demolition of this building and the dirt work and all that, Todd, any money that's left over, does it have to go into the general fund, or can we decide at that time where it would be needed?
Well, the 5 million originally came from the general fund, so it needs to be returned to the general fund if that's the decision of council.
What do you mean when you say that? We can decide to do something else with it?
Through the general fund.
Okay. And also, when you keep saying placeholder, what do you mean by that?
Well, I put this in there because, when I worked up these numbers, the hotel really wasn't on the forefront. And just what Chris had said, there was a plan to develop that site, not leave it as a green space and the city get beat up that all we did was tear the building down and all we got is a grassy field. So that's why I put that in there, that we need to do something, and it can be amended, I guess, as council's got to make that decision. This isn't set in stone, but there is a placeholder from what I proposed to go in there. It might not be what everybody else's decision is.
Chris, this will be something that when we get the report from SWA and Garfield, that would include this 555 Main Street, if it's a plaza or whatever, as far as the whole downtown development, that would be included in that.
Yes, sir. So like I said, I think we'll have a lot more answers here in the next 60 to 90 days. And to Keith's point, it can always be amended, shifted.
Or it could be amended and shifted.
Well, in terms of what the plan is, so let's say that council moves forward with it as it's proposed. Let's say 6 months from now, Garfield says, look, we want to put the hotel next to the Civic Center. And so maybe that number is smaller, maybe it's not exactly on the five. We talk about the 555 Main Plaza, it can shift around. But again, it's having some funds in there, allows us, once we do know more, if we move forward, to begin the design work. But of course, any construction contract would come back to the council.
Okay, at this point, it is Chris Durio's birthday, so for that reason, I'm going to allow a 10-minute break. So, and those that would like
Great birthday
to,
present.
those that would like to can wish Chris Durio a happy birthday as we take this 10-minute break. But we will be back at 10:32. Birthday. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Maybe. We got. Oh, we're good.
Some real food.
We just hold them, those are not real dollars.
Okay. Okay, we will, as we're calling this back to order, we will go back to CFO Todd Semino for a moment for further clarity.
Thanks, Mayor. So through the questioning today, I think we've all learned something about the 555 Main Street Plaza project. So I want to correct the record here real quick. The $630,000 that's in the prior year, that's actually part of the $5 million that's already in our CIP program. So in other words, we got two projects going on, but only one's listed. That $8,770,000 is a completely separate project. There's no funding for it. That would have to go to the public probably in FY25 under a general obligation bond. So I think we all kind of figured that out today. So basically, like I said, the $630,000 goes towards the $5 million. That's already a separate project. We need to add that project back in here, but this Main Street Plaza is a completely separate project. There's no funding identified for it.
Do we have funding for the demolition for
Yes.
2024?
Yes.
And where would that number be?
That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to add a different project, the project that's already in our CIP plan, the $5 million that was allocated for the AT&T Center purchase and demolition. We're going to add that project here. We're going to move the $630,000 under that, along with the money we've already spent. And then if council wishes, we'll leave the 555 Main Street Plaza project in here, but there's no funding for it. That $8.77 million, there's no funding for it.
Councilman Felshaw?
And that was all due to your questioning.
Thank you. Question then, let's just say that 8.7 went away, because would that have a direct impact on your 8 million under?
No.
It's, from what I'm hearing, it's not,
Real money.
it is
not real
shown
money.
here as 2024, but it's not a part of the budget that was
So
presented.
we're back to journal entry things and bookkeeping. It's not real money.
Right, it's like all of the projects that are further out in the future. All of that's contingent on finding fund.
So if we erase that, that's not going to improve our standing for 2024's budget, how we close out the year.
No, the only thing that would improve the standing for FY24 is when we put the 5 million back in there, which is part of that 630,000. Whatever we don't spend out of the 5 million, you reallocate it back to the general.
We
fund.
could.
Right.
Thank you.
Councilman Getz?
So if we pass this budget with this 8.770 in the CIP, but there's no funding for it, isn't the funding source the general fund? That's where it says it's coming from. I mean, we're gonna have a general fund in 2024, right?
Right.
So the funding source, you just talked about how it's going to have to go to the voters. That's not correct. The funding source, if we pass this with this money being in there, is in the general fund.
No, all of this is funded through bonds, whether it's certificates of obligation or general obligation. The only thing that was cash funded in this is the original 555 Main Street purchase and demolition. That was the $5 million transfer. Anything else in here that gets funded, we're going to have to issue a bond for.
And that 5 million, how much of that has been spent? Do we know that offhand?
About 3 million.
So there's 2 million existing.
So when we started out, y'all said we were taking on no new debt. And based off of this slide, that's 20.3 million.
Yeah, well, there's some debt, so I misspoke on that one. Evidently, they had told me something that.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna issue $30 million in debt, and it's for everything that's colored in gold. We've only seen one project, but if we get to the next few slides, you'll see where the rest of the $30 million is going to be issued from.
Okay.
Riverfront is, the riverfront restoration is FEMA
FEMA.
money, so that's not additional debt.
And just to clarify what I think Getz was trying to say was, why would you spend $8.7 million on a plaza when we don't know what we're ultimately going to do with that property? And so to get to the point that we know what we're going to do with that property, you got to go out to the voters, and that whole process is going to take the better part of a year, I would think. And very unlikely that it would be done in 2024.
Right, yeah, I think it would have to be moved out to 25.
And quite frankly, I think this is an agenda item, Mayor, that we need to bring back and council discuss what you want to do with the plaza over there. And then if you choose to do it, we can look at identifying funding sources, whether it's debt. But today, I think we found out that this is not real money and it goes away. You can't use it for anything else because it's not there. And we'll just adjust this CIP and move on. Yes, it will have an impact on it.
Councilman Turner?
All right, just so basically, instead of staff doing the plaza, will we get a recommendation from the Garfield and what they think or what they project should be right there? Or we're just gonna go with what we feel should be right there?
So Mayor Pro Tem, we have two studies going on right now. One is Garfield Public-Private. They're looking at the hotel feasibility, location, whether it's on AT&T site or somewhere nearby, size, number of rooms, et cetera. So that's going on right now. We also have SWA, who is helping us with our overall master plan, downtown comprehensive plan. So these things are going on at the same time. But yes, in the next 60 to 90 days, we hope to bring back a final recommendation from Garfield, a final recommendation from the steering committee on this is what the downtown plan. And a lot of that should inform council as to how to move forward. And so to the manager's point, at that point, it may be, we'll have perhaps the bids back for the demolition, and then, so we'll have more information as to how to move forward.
My second thing is, Mr. Boone, you were at one time providing us with a timeline chart. If possible, I would like to start getting that timeline chart again. And I think it would be very important that Mr. Folsom would be brought in on one of those meetings with SGA and the downtown committee so we can kind of all get on the same page, because I like the progressiveness in which we're moving. But I think right now what happened today, we've seen it was just a little, we all weren't on the same page, but I'm okay with it. I just want to see that timeline where we can get a ETA on where we're at with everything when we stay on track.
Yeah, we can refresh that for you.
Okay, thank you, Keith.
Okay, moving on, just a few slides to wrap this up, then we can move to the next item. Again, the yellow is new since May, so we added the Long Street project on here. And as you can see, the items in gold go towards the $30 million we plan to issue. So that'll get us all the way through FY25. The items that are not in gold through FY25, we already have funding for either a grant or leftover bond proceeds from a prior issue. Streets, same thing. If it's in gold, then we need to finance that as part of the $30 million issue. That'll get us through FY25. And again, if it's not highlighted in gold prior to FY25, we have funding already available.
Councilman Getz?
This $1 million in sidewalk repair, it is in gold, so you're saying we would have to figure out a way to get those funds available?
That'll be through the certificate we plan to issue in January.
Okay, so that does not go to the voters. Certificates of obligations
Correct.
do not.
Correct.
So when you're talking about sidewalk repair, I believe the existing city ordinances require property owners to repair their own sidewalks. And if we're going to start talking about sidewalk repairs, who's going to pick and choose which sidewalks are going to be repaired and in what order? Because when you talk about streets, we did a comprehensive pavement index that gives us the category and score of the condition of each street. So we know what we're looking at objectively. We don't have any tool like that at our disposal for sidewalk repair. If we're going to start taking the responsibility of repairing streets, do we need to amend the ordinance so that property owners no longer are required to repair their own sidewalk and they can say, well, I'll just wait for the city to come along and repair it? I mean, how's all that supposed to work?
Hey, you're stealing my thunder from later in the day.
I'm so sorry.
We have a $300,000 sidewalk master plan, phase one, that's within the general operating fund, so it's not a CIP item. And the intention is to complete that master plan, the phase one of it first, to give us guidance on how to spend the 1 million in construction. And the intention, as the CIP item is written now, is to repair broken sidewalks as an initial take. And the intention on my part for phase one is to focus primarily around schools as that first phase. So looking at the schools and the sidewalks by the schools and what pieces are missing, what pieces are in bad repair, and then get the recommendation off that master plan to guide us in how to spend those funds.
Okay, so another item that I have to ask about in here, there's a proposal for Finette Road sidewalks, $600,000. Where is that money coming from?
That was the transportation alternative project that we put in. We put in for 3 projects under that program. We put in for the Finette Road by Beaumont United. We put in for sidewalks by Charlton Pollard Elementary. And then we put in for a project to upgrade all of the school zones, flashing signs throughout the city. We're not going to hear about those projects until October, but that's what those items are for. The intention is to fund them with the transportation alternative grant.
So if we don't get that grant money,
Then we don't have funding for it.
then we don't have funding for it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Durio, did you have a question?
I did, but Bart stole my thunder, so.
Sorry.
All right, continue, please.
This is on the water fund. The 3 projects that are highlighted were in here last time. The price just changed on those 3, resulting in a net increase of $2 million. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention. In the last slide, there was no changes in wastewater. My last slide, you'll have happy to know. So what do we need to do next? August 11th, I need to file the proposed budget with the city clerk to meet notice requirements and local government code. And we plan to bring to you on August 15th, manager's presentation of the budget and CIP. We're going to schedule our hearings for the budget and CIP. We're going to schedule the hearings for the tax rate. As you can see, on August 29th, we'll have public hearings to receive comments on the budget and CIP, and then everything gets approved on September 12th after our hearing on the tax rate. And then we start our new budget year October 1st. And that's all I have.
Councilman Felshaw.
Okay, Todd, take a deep breath. I don't want to give you a heart attack. And again, you please correct me where I'm wrong, okay? In round numbers, I first got on in 19, okay? And if I remember correctly, our general fund balance above, well, no, period. The general fund balance was like 50 million. We came down to 40 million. And now it looks like we're coming down to 30 million. Round numbers, okay, just round numbers. At the end of 2024, we're going to have about $84,000, I believe, of monies that we can, that cushion, okay, that's above what the charter requires, okay? At the end of 2024 budget, we're 8 million under, okay? We're 8 million under. So if that budget is 165 million, to cut that 8 million where we get to a zero budget, it's about a 5% cut. 5% of 165 million is $8 million. Okay. Now, it's my understanding that the reason those monies above what the charter requires is important is because when we have like a hurricane, we know that FEMA money will come, but sometimes it takes years to get that money. If I remember correctly, Ike hit in 08. When I got on council in 19, it was my understanding we got our last check for Ike in 19. That's 10 years, 11 years. So we always have that money to play with, okay? So that's why those monies are important. So here's my question. How painful, how bloody, how difficult is it to cut our budget by 5%? To address that $8 million under so that our fund balance above and beyond what the charter requires is more than $84,000 because of we live in a hurricane-prone area.
You're right, and that's why the city manager led with one of his slides. I think we're already looking at 2025, and we're projecting,
Yes,
if we do nothing different, maybe a $10 million shortfall that we got to cut. So we're trying to look at worst case scenario and start planning for it now. And like I said, 78% of our budget is payroll related. So like you said, we want to look at every position as it becomes vacant, go to the director. Hey, you have to prove this position up to rehire for it. So that's going to be part of the process. We're going to learn about our health insurance. What can we do to save money? There's all kind of programs to mitigate, health costs. Part of it's we're increasing the rates we charge to our employees. Part of it's plan design changes. Part of it is new programs. That will be discussed as well. Another part of it is, like I said earlier, making sure we're fully staffed in our EMS units to where our firefighters aren't driving the ambulances on overtime. So we already know the areas we need to look at. I like a good challenge. It's going to be a good challenge, not going to lie to you, but we're aware of what we're facing and we know what we got to do. Go to zero balance budgeting. So it's going to be it's going to have to be a top to bottom look. And then we're also, I think, going to try to maybe form a committee, look at all of our revenues. What revenues can we, what kind of ordinances and fees can we change to help on the revenue stream? So it's going to be a top to bottom approach.
And I understand with the budget, you can only cut yourself so much. You can't cut your way out of a deficit, I understand. You got to cut your expenses the best you can and then increase your income. So I get that, and that's what you're saying. We've got to do both. To get ourselves out of this, we got to cut plus increase. That's the only way you can really get your budget healthy. But again, back to my question, in 2025, I appreciate everything that the city manager and you guys are doing for that, and I'm encouraged. But for 2024, cutting this budget by 5% is just too disruptive, too bloody, too difficult. It's not something we can do. Is that a yes or a no? Okay. It's a yes, but it's just a question of how much you're willing to do, correct? Is that, you can cut any budget. Okay, city manager, I yield to you.
Councilman Neal's going to go first. He's been neglected.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is, and we brought this up earlier, knowing the shortfall that we're going to be in 25, is there any other cuts we can start looking at this year rather than putting them all on next year?
As I said, Councilmember, we're starting today, planning for that. Whatever we do and where we can achieve savings, we'll be achieving those savings or finding additional revenues, whatever it means. So you don't just start next year doing that. You start from this year, whatever we can save before the end of this budget. We can do some things before the end of this budget to get there. Just want council to know that, I'm hearing what you're saying. I hear what you say. You would like to have a larger fund balance. And I don't mean to underplay it, but I hear what you're saying, and we can get there, and we will get there. And so when you present the budget, you will have a larger fund balance, okay? So it might not be $8 million more, but you will have more to play with because I get the feedback. And that's just what this is for, to get that feedback. You don't have to solve it today. It's my job to solve it. Just tell me what your concerns are, and I'll solve it for you.
So just to clarify, when you present the budget, you're talking about on the 11th?
Yeah, you'll have a healthier fund balance on the 11th.
Thank you.
Question.
Councilman Turner?
I'm curious to hear this though, because one thing that I'm big on is perspective and experience perspective. We're saying one thing, and from my experience, we always focus on fund balance, correct? In the past, we're focusing on that, and we're doing nothing to change to increase revenue or population because we kind of operate the same every year. And with us doing that, now it's becoming more of a deficit. So with your experience, you've been in the city that has actually grown. You had to spend money differently. From your assessment, from what we're doing and our mentality and how we operating, how is it in comparison to your experience and what you have seen with growth?
Well, that was part of my lead-in. Part of my lead-in is you can't keep doing business the way that you're doing it, because that's why you've gone from a 50 million fund balance to 32 million fund balance. So we've got to look at what we're doing and how we're doing business as a whole and make adjustments. I went to one city in the middle of a recession, and there was a lot more than 5% we had to cut. So I've had the experience in cutting and adjusting budgets. That's what we do. Every so long a recession comes and you have to do it. You got to pull out the knives and whatever. But two, we've got to be proactive and finding other methods to create revenue and opportunities like that. But it's, I hear what you're saying. Understand what's important to you, and that's part of budgeting, hearing what's important to you, and we work toward those goals. So I understand that. I get the part about the fund balance. Okay.
Well, what's important to me? What's important to me is growth and following experience. That's what's important to me. So I understand how all council members feel, but for me, it's growth and actually doing things differently, so we don't continue going in the same direction that we're going in. So I'm open to what you're proposing and why. That's why I asked what I asked.
And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to balance it for the entire council and your priorities. We are putting some things in there that will work toward growth, work toward quality of life, work toward better infrastructure. But those things cost money too. So it's the balance between providing those things versus having a large fund balance. Fund balance. That's what fund balance is for, emergencies. That's why you have fund balances. It's not so much the excess. That's why you have a fund balance for emergencies. And that's what they're for. So you meet that requirement. Understand you want it higher than the charter requirement. So we'll work toward that. But two, try to find that balance of providing those things that you want to progress the city.
And I'll say, City Manager, I know that a lot of this, this has been happening over years. We've watched it. As I said, we went from 50 to 40, we're going to 30. And I appreciate the fact that so much of this you've inherited, and you are planning for the future. You are working for 2025. But today I have to look at 2024. And that's why the hard question I felt had to be asked, is there a way to find 5%? If it can't be done, I understand. But if it can be done, I would hope we as a council could find it. Again, it's back to the question of how disruptive would that be to the operation of the city? But I yield to you and your staff.
Okay. I'm good.
So the budget calendar next steps, as Todd just reflected, will certainly add for some more discussion in the future. And I know that the simple answers to all this question is we can solve this. Businesses do it every day. Your households do it every day. They just don't have 7 people having to vote on it every day. So that is the component that we have in being able to hear each of this, and certainly the impact it has on our city and the impact whether we're going to be a more attractive community going forward or less attractive is also something that is taken into consideration on all the decisions that we're making for the future as well.
And that's important, man. I need to hear from all of council, because when we come back with a final budget and what they don't want, that's not there, we're right back at square one.
So have you got a clear direction from everybody? You still need to hear from some of us. So we just
I need
clarity.
to hear from some of you about, understand the fund balance part, but you've asked for other things too. Yeah. Is it better that is fund balance more important than some of the things you asked for? Because that's where a lot of your savings can come from.
To further address the fund balance, I'm pretty fiscally conservative, and I know I'm all about having a fund balance when things are happening within my own family budget. But that is why it's there. When you have times where there are less funds available, and right now we're talking about as a city, our fuel costs, our utility costs, our healthcare costs, just general inflation, the cost of chemicals, and yet knowing all that. So we've got these increased costs. We don't have those increased revenues. But if we don't do anything to lead to future increase in revenues, this is going to be a spiraling problem. So we also have to be forward enough thinking to figure out ways we're going to overcome this in the future. And using our fund balance to help do that, I think, is appropriate. And I do understand, having not been through a storm on city government, but having been through storms in the mortgage business and in personal life, storms generate a lot of income for our city. And sales tax, it creates, and other things as well. And where it was new legislation that was signed by the governor that does enact and does allow for communities like us. I mean, there's 14 coastal counties in Texas that receive the brunt of much of these storms, that we can get low interest loans to begin the process right away and not be having to wait the 8 to 9 years for that. And clearly, what storms are going to happen is an unknown, but we do also have to plan for the future and not just hedge our bet, because if we just hedge against all the challenges that we have, which are many, but they're not different. They're not any different than everybody else in this world's experiencing right now. We also have to pivot and look at the future on how we're going to solve these problems in the future, and be open to that as well, and using resources in ways that we hadn't in the past.
And the reason, Mayor, I asked Mr. Williams is because one thing I did realize is a lot of times leadership is looking for a direction from the council as a whole. And if we all don't give direction, they're kind of confused on where to go from here. So I want to make myself clear that I'm in the stance of thinking forward, making sure we do the things to actually grow, because the way we've been currently operating with the fund balance and some of the decision making, I rather lean towards your experience and what you've done, and I appreciate it. So that's my stance. I understand why you're going in the direction you're going in. I listen to you, and you have the experience and the proven track record of being successful at it. So I'm in support of it.
But at some point, you got to stop the bleeding to go forward, and what we've done so far stops the bleeding to go forward. Again, to give you some momentum and going forward with that. And then talking, Todd and I, we agreed not to throw each other under the bus. I agreed not to go back and say somebody did this in the past. And he's like, okay, well, you didn't do this starting today. So it's a fine balancing act from what happened before and what goes from here. And we just need to work on a plan going forward together without dwelling on the past or being too concerned about what's happening now. Just have you have a good experienced team here. Todd's experience. I've got 30 plus years of local government. June's an award-winning budget person. So I would just ask you to have confidence in us going forward to be able to come back and present what you want to get this city going in the right direction.
Councilman Getz?
Talking about the need to find more revenue to come in to help us with our budget. Of course, one of the few things that we can control is the tax rate. And I appreciate the fact that we're actually looking at a tax rate decrease from the existing fiscal year. My question is that 0.6814 proposed tax rate the very bottom that we can have without triggering something to go to the voters?
Yes, that tax rate is what's known as the voter approval rate. So you can go above that rate, but it would require voter approval.
Okay. And so if we were to, for instance, say we want to keep the tax rate at 0.695, which is this past year, we would have to take that to the voters. That would give us, I don't know how much more revenue, but roughly how much more would that?
1 cent's about 900,000 to $1 million.
Okay, so that's not even, it's about 1 cent. When would such an election take place?
That's the problem. I think, I don't know if we would have time to get it on a ballot. I think they're usually in November.
Okay. So we're really kind of in a box there.
Yeah, we've never
can't do that.
We've never went above the voter approval rate since I've been here. Never brought it to the voters.
Well,
And I wouldn't recommend you do that.
Yeah, well, the voter approval rate, yeah, that whole.
We're scheduled for calls for the election next week. And so it'd be really, even though you do have a little bit of time to kind of formalize language and put things on it, it'd be really, really tight to make sure we properly educated the public on what we're doing for it to be successful in that rate.
So we're pretty much locked in with this proposed tax rate. Okay. Thank you.
Maybe if we could.
Yes.
Water, wastewater rates. And Todd, you want to provide a lead in for Grady? And
So,
see
yeah,
if we
I'd
can
like
pick up the pace a bit.
Grady Reed with HDR is here. As he's walking up, I'll just give you a quick background. So council's aware that we've been working on plans to increase our fund balance in the water and sewer fund. It's through discussions with rating agencies to improve our ratings. So the rating agencies were very interested in us hiring someone like Grady and HDR to basically evaluate our water and sewer rate charges and come up with a plan not only for this year, but for the next 5 years to meet our capital plan as well and to grow our fund balance. So I'll just hand it over to Grady.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be as brief as I can. If I start getting long-winded, I know y'all have a long day. Just tell me to speed up, and I'll try to do that. And we've already touched on a lot of themes that I'm going to go through today about fund balance and growth and what does that mean and what's appropriate. So if we look at your utility fund, the fund balance, similar to perhaps some of your other funds, we have seen fund balance declines over the past several years. Your fund balance, you'll have an internal goal of a fund balance of 15%. This industry standard is more in line of trying to keep a fund balance of 25%, which is about 3 months worth of cash on hand. And in fact, in some utilities, the guidance is actually that they keep on the water side at least a 50% reserve or 6 months worth of cash on hand, just due to year variations and water revenues. I don't necessarily know if that's appropriate for Beaumont. Y'all are a coastal community. We don't see the year-to-year variations perhaps in weather here that we would see like in Central Texas where it's either flooding or you're burning up. And so, again, looking forward, the city's goal is 3 months, the city's goal is 15%. We've kind of based projections on trying to hit this 25% goal. Whether the city moves forward with a 15% or 25%, that would not change my rate recommendations for next year for fiscal year 2024, but it could impact some rate recommendations moving forward. So with all that said, we have total budget expenditures for the utility fund, water and wastewater combined of about $58.6 million. That's an increase of roughly $3 million over your fiscal year 2023 budget, a little less than $3 million over your 2023 expected expenses. As been said before, we do have capital projects included in the utility fund for this upcoming fiscal year. All of those projects are either being funded through existing bond proceeds or are expected to be funded through grants. So there is no new debt being issued for the utility fund in this upcoming fiscal year. However, as modeled in fiscal year 2025, we do have about a $29 million worth of debt being issued, and then $24 million, a little over $24 million of debt being issued in all other years, consistent with the capital plan. On the water side, we try to plan for an average year. And what I mean by that is what we want to try to do is capture what your average use per connection is going to be. Obviously, that's going to fluctuate year to year based on weather, but we try to go back as best we can and try to figure out what is kind of an average use. Again, here in this climate, we don't see quite those fluctuations as we do in other parts of the state, so that's a little bit easier to do. Moving forward, we're assuming a little over 46,000 total connections on the water utility and a total billed use of just under 5 billion gallons for this upcoming fiscal year. We've talked a lot about growth. Y'all have been talking about growth. That's an assumption that we have to make within the rate model, just like you do with your other funds. So based on the fact that historical growth has been limited, that we really haven't seen a lot of new connections coming onto the utility system, for the next 2 years, we have assumed no new growth in connections. After that, we have assumed 0.5% of growth for the following 2 years. And then the final year of this projection, we've assumed a 1% growth, just moving forward, so you know. And that is important because, again, as we're talking about revenue coming in, you can either grow the utility and grow your revenues, or if you're not growing the utility, then all of your future revenues increases have to come from increasing rates. So growth helps. It helps a little bit in limiting some rate increases moving forward. On the water side, we have total expenses of about $30.5 million. Again, what we're doing is we're looking, and this will come into play in just a little bit, we take your total utility fund, we're trying to split all of those costs and those revenues out into, this is a water expense, this is a wastewater expense, this is a water revenue and a wastewater revenue. In some cases, in some departments, that's very easy to do. In other cases, you have common revenues or common expenses. In those cases, we've made assumptions on how much of that revenue or expense we're going to allocate to each one of those utilities. With the idea being that even though this utility, water and wastewater, is housed within one fund, we want those utilities to be self-supporting. We don't want the water utility to be subsidizing wastewater or vice versa. When looking forward, we have about, by the time we get to 2028, which is the last year in our planning period, those total projected expenses increase about $7 million to $37.6 million. And that's due to inflationary pressures as well. We're assuming about a 3% rate of inflation on most cost, except for fuel and chemicals, in which we have a higher rate of inflation. But again, a lot of that increase is also due to issuing debt in these upcoming years and paying for that debt. I'm certainly not going to go through this line by line. Y'all have seen this before. This is just your water capital plan. Again, there are projects in there for 2024. However, all of those are either being paid for through prior bonds or grant funded, although we do have debt funded projects moving forward. If we look on the wastewater side, just kind of at a high level, your water utility appears to be doing a little bit better than your wastewater utility. Again, kind of separating out and trying to figure out what the true cost of each one of those utilities are. So currently, your wastewater revenues are not covering your wastewater expenses. We're assuming about the same number of connections. Your water and wastewater doesn't exactly overlap with connections. So about 44,500 connections for fiscal year 24. And again, the total billed use of about 4.1 billion gallons on the wastewater side. Same growth assumptions were used on wastewater as we're using on water. So basically no growth over these next 2 years. Total wastewater expenses of about $28.1 million, which is about $1.5 million increase over where you're at now. That increases to $33.2 million. And again, most of that cost is again due to debt payments and then the rising chemical cost. This is the wastewater capital plan. Again, there are projects in there for 2024. Those are all assumed to be either you have funds on hand or we're going to be grant funding those. So the rate recommendations, and I'll probably spend a little bit of time here because we have some other things going on as well, kind of in the background. What I would recommend looking forward from where we're at now is on the water side that we would implement about a 4% across the board rate increase. And just simply what across the board means is just that the rates for everyone, every rate, both the demand charge and the volume charge would go up 4%. So if I'm a residential customer and I'm using 5,000 gallons of water, which is about your average annual, it's probably a little higher during the summer, a little lower during the winter. That means that my water portion of my bill would go up about $1.46 a month. On wastewater, again, wastewater is the utility that appears to be struggling a little bit more than water. So the rate increase there is higher. So we'd recommend a 10% across the board rate increase for wastewater. So that means about $3.34 a month. Again, if I'm using 5,000 gallons of wastewater use. I know that in the past, y'all have typically just tried to do the same rate increase for water and wastewater. And why we have these split, again, is just that idea that we want to move more towards a model where each utility is supporting its own cost. And we don't have one utility that is generating excess revenue that's being used to fund a shortfall in the other utility. So in this case, water revenue is really being used to meet wastewater expenses to some degree. If we look at those increases combined, we're looking at a total increase in the monthly bill of about $4.80, which is just under a 7% increase. This is what I would recommend for this year. And really here, the goal is to stop revenue losses. Again, and in years past, this utility has been, your water and wastewater fund has been losing money. With these rate increases, that would stop if revenues came in as what we have projected and expenses are what we have projected. And you would have net positive revenue of about $300,000, $350,000. So not a lot. But again, the goal here is just to kind of stop that, turn that around a little bit and start moving in a little bit better direction. We have modeled future rate increases such that you would meet a 25% reserve target in fiscal year 26. Now, again, if the city wants to just say, well, a 15% reserve is fine, then that wouldn't change my rate recommendations for this upcoming year. But it would change some rate recommendations moving forward. Or if the city said, well, 2026 is a little bit too aggressive and trying to meet a 25% reserve target, we want to do that in 2028, then we can change some things moving forward for fiscal year 25 and on. The other things that we have going in the background as part of this study, we are also doing a cost of service rate study. And what that means is basically we're looking for, on the water and wastewater, we're going in and looking for each one of your customer classes. How much cost is that customer class placing on your system? So on the water side, we're looking at residential, commercial, industrial, all these different customer classes. We're comparing that cost that they're placing on your system to the revenue that we're bringing in through the rates for that particular customer class. We'll compare those, and that will give us an idea of within a utility. So within water, for example, are there customer classes that are subsidizing each other? Do we have some customer classes that we're generating too much revenue off of, while at the same time are we potentially undercharging other classes? This is not something that we're going to move forward with for fiscal year 2024, because as we start making structural rate changes, that's something that we certainly want to spend some time in discussing that with y'all, with this body, because there are winners and losers whenever we start doing that. And so we want to make sure that we have plenty of time to educate everyone moving forward. But that's kind of the goal moving forward, is to look at that and maybe implement some structural rate changes for fiscal year 2025. One of the other parts of this study that we are looking at is various other rates and fees and how you benchmark against other cities. Again, that would potentially generate a little bit more revenue. That revenue increase would be relatively slight and not have any meaningful impact on rate increases, but it could, and every little bit helps. So that we're also doing that moving forward as well. So future bills with the proposed rate increase there, I've just highlighted residential and commercial. Those rows that are highlighted is kind of typically what your use is for those. This is combined water and sewer. So right now that residential customer that has a 5,000 gallons worth of use within both utilities, they're paying about $70 a month. With these proposed rate increases, that would go up to $74.86 in 2024. And then we do have some future rate increases modeled as well. Again, those future rate increases in 2025 through 2028, those are not written in stone. That's just kind of what we have based on the projections that we have at this point. So again, just kind of summarizing up and looking at the water utility, those stacked bars are the expenses. The ones at the bottom are your O&M expenses. That kind of bar above that, it says non-operating expenses. Really, that's more non-departmental expenses. So it's things like trucks and other minor capital equipment that we split between the water and wastewater utility. Then the blue bar on top of that is the existing debt that the water utility has. That, again, that's just water debt. That's not water and wastewater. We did go through and try to allocate that debt out between the two utilities. And then the red lines at the top are the new debt moving forward. Again, issuing no new debt in 2024. You don't see any red bar at the top there. But starting in 2025, we're starting to issue debt every year. And so we see that bar growing as we move forward, which is necessitating the need for rate increases. And again, with limited growth in number of customers, that revenue pretty much has to come from rate increases because we don't have the customer base growing behind that. So looking out again, recommending a 4% rate increase on water this year. Moving forward, I think that you would likely want to have continued water rate increases around 4 to 5%. Again, that's assuming those are really being driven by trying to meet a reserve requirement of 25% in the year 2026. I will say that this process, rates is obviously something that you should look at every year, whether that's us or your staff or another consultant. It's really no different than looking at your general fund and setting the tax rate. It's just good utility policy to go through and examine revenues and expenses on an annual basis and look at what those utility rate increases need to be. On the wastewater utility, here the colors on the bars represent the same amounts. Here it's kind of important to note that 2024 column, that dashed line at the top, is your revenues coming in. So you can see that even with the rate increases, the wastewater utility, we're not expecting them to cover their full cost in 2024. So there will probably still be a little bit of subsidy between water and wastewater. But again, moving forward in 2025 and beyond, the goal is that each utility is paying for itself. A 10% utility wastewater rate increase this year. We have 12% and 12% the next 2 years, so maybe a little bit higher. Again, this is something that you'll want to revisit on an annual basis just to make sure that 12% is still good. Maybe that's going to be a 10%, maybe it's higher. And again, that's predicated on the fact that we're trying to meet a reserve requirement by 2026. After that, you've pretty much caught up on the wastewater side, and the way rates tend to work is you kind of build momentum, if you will. So by having 3 years of relatively solid wastewater rate increases, you've kind of built up a lot of momentum, where at that point, I think you're moving more back into just some type of inflationary rate adjustment, or perhaps even no rate adjustment in those last couple of years, where you try to let expenses catch up to the revenues again. Looking at the utility fund as a whole, bringing both water and wastewater together. Again, the idea is here that in 2024, there is just a little bit of a gap between that dashed line and the bars, again, of about $350,000, just to trying to turn the ship around a little bit and make the revenue stream match expenses, be a little bit over that. And then moving forward, we see that we're a little bit healthier there and increasing our fund balance through time. So this is the fund balance as we have it modeled. Again, that's kind of trying to meet a goal of 25% in the year 2026. We would expect that you would end fiscal year 2024 at about 18% worth of reserves. You would cross that 25% line in 2026. This still shows your fund balance increasing. That's just because, again, we built up a little bit of momentum on the rate side, trying to catch up. And so what that means is perhaps some of those outlying rate increases could be brought down just a little bit, or your expenses can catch up to your revenues. I'm always asked everywhere I go. I always say this. I'm always asked to include, well, how do we compare to our neighbors? And so this is a list of cities that Beaumont compares itself to. And so this just kind of shows you where you fall in line with those cities. This is sorted. This is a residential bill, typical residential bill for 5,000 gallons of use. And so Waco is at the highest, Groves is at the bottom. And you're a little bit towards the top end of that, but certainly not out of line, even with the rate increase from others. Sometimes why I always get a little bit of heartburn of showing these is because people start asking me, well, why is Grove so cheap, or why is the city so expensive? And some of these I know, some of them I don't. Each city is unique in their characteristics. Of course, groundwater tends to be less expensive of a source of supply than does surface water. And some of these cities are just in different places in their growth curves, where some of them may be having to go out because they are growing and they're having to make that investment in infrastructure to get ahead of growth. Where some cities that aren't seeing growth, quite as much growth, are not necessarily having to go out and make those capital expenses. On the commercial side, this is a same deal. It's a typical bill. These are sorted for 50,000 gallons. We're using 50 and 200,000 gallons. Just in case you're wondering, those aren't necessarily arbitrary. The Texas Municipal League does a water and sewer rates survey every year. So we try to pull data as best we can from that. And cities in which we didn't have data for, we went out and pulled their rates and calculated what their bills would be. But again, just looking on the commercial side, you're kind of right in the middle of your comparison cities. So that's water and wastewater rates in a nutshell. If y'all have any questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer those.
Any questions, council?
I was promised there would be questions, so
Excellent presentation.
I'm going to be let down if there's no questions.
I had a question.
Councilman Neal, then Councilman Durio, as we're not going to disappoint you.
I know.
So
I may regret asking that, but
out of the 40 some odd thousand water taps we have, how many of those are residential?
I spoke too long and my computer restarted. So if you give me just a second, I can tell you. It's certainly the vast majority of them. So let me pull up your rate model. So we have, out of the total connections that we have, the 46,000 total connections, we have 36,000 of them are residential connections. A little over 36,000.
Thank you.
Well, that's, let me go back, let me backtrack on that a little bit. It's 40,000. We have 36,000 just residential, and then we have almost 5,000 are senior citizen accounts. Their rate is, of course, slightly lower.
And you'll be increasing theirs the same amount?
Yes, that is the proposal, that their rate would stay, it would go up the same percentage, but it would remain lower than everyone else's rates.
Councilman Durio?
Can you explain what are the different customer classes that you mentioned?
So on the water side, you have residential, commercial, multifamily, industrial, senior citizen, fire hydrant, contractor, and then city use, which is not billed. So we would go back doing a cost of service study. Those are the rate classes that we're looking at, or customer classes that we're looking at. And so going back and determining, do you need to charge a differential rate for industrial, say, versus commercial? Because they use water differently. We see, for example, on the commercial, on the residential side, the way the current rates are set up is you basically don't have tiers. So the first 1,000 gallons is included in their demand charge, and then everything after that, regardless of how much they use, they're being charged the same per 1,000 gallon rate. Now that's fine. I mean, there's nothing that says that you can't do that. But your water supply, your pipes, your pumps, everything is sized to basically meet a summertime peak. And your residential customers are typically the ones that are causing that your water use to peak during the summer because they're irrigating outdoor use, they're irrigating landscape with it. So you're upsizing basically, if you want to, all these pipes, pumps, but you're not recouping that cost necessarily from those customers who are placing that burden on your system. So that's why some utilities, they'll have multiple tiers. On the residential side, they may have 4 or 5 tiers where that price per 1,000 gallons goes up for each tier, just in recognition of the fact that those higher end customers, those customers that are peaking off your system, they are placing more cost on your system. Likewise, if we look at an industrial customer, for example, they typically don't peak off of your system at all. They tend to just base load. They use the same water month in, month out. And that's really actually good for your system because you can size things accordingly to not meet that peaking demand. So again, and sometimes we'll see cities that their industrial rates will be a little bit lower than their commercial rates or their residential rates or those types of things. So that's what we're going and we're looking at now with the cost of service study. Again, we didn't want to bring any changes like that forward this year because we feel like we want to make sure that we have adequate time to educate everybody on any changes that we would make due to that study. But that's what we're looking at. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah. I have one more. I guess either you or Todd. I guess a few months ago we raised how much we were paying a month, and you looked at some other things as far as how much we were charging people out of city rate or in city rate. We passed on the fees for using credit cards to the citizen. Did those options raise any new revenue towards this? And how much?
Yeah, like we went over in a prior workshop on how to increase our fund balance. Council removed the 20% discount that the prisons were receiving for sewer. So I think that was another $250,000 a year. We took away the practice where we were billing multi-units, 75% of their units, the monthly minimum instead of 100. So I think that was going to increase our revenues by $750,000 a year. We're passing on the credit card fees to users. I think that was $200,000 to $300,000 a year. We've increased our tap fees. I think that was going to increase $300,000 a year. So he had these projections already in there. So
So these increases are gonna be needed even with all those measures?
right,
Okay.
right.
All right.
Councilman Getz and Councilman Turner.
So I'm looking at the proposed residential rates, and you said it's in the middle, but actually when you combine the water and wastewater, the proposed is $75 per 5,000 gallons. The only city out of the 7 you gave us to compare with that's higher than that would be Waco. And then looking at the commercial, there's several cities that are higher than what Beaumont's proposal would be for the commercial. And the way I feel about it is that the residents have to have water. You know, you have to. And commercial, they need water, but if there's a rate increase for them, they can pass that along to their consumers. Would it not be appropriate to consider, based on these numbers, shifting a little bit more of this burden on commercial than residential?
So that is one of the things that we are looking for in our cost of service study, which again, this year, we're not moving forward with those changes. That is something that, again, at your discretion, we could do this year. As a rates person, your rates need to be fair and they need to be based on cost. They need to be based on the cost of those customers that you're providing service to. So I do fully understand that commercial customers can pass that cost along to their customers. However, technically speaking, using that assumption is not cost of service based rates. We want to make sure that we're charging commercial customers based on what it's costing you to supply them service. And maybe that's more than it's costing you to supply residential customers. Maybe it's less. It really depends on their use characteristics. And in most cases, we're going to find that it's a little bit less actually than residential customers because, again, those commercial customers tend to not peak off of your system during the summer, especially if they have irrigation meters. So again, that's something that you could do this year. I mean, if you wanted to do a differential rate increase and increase the rates for commercial customers that's fine. That is something that we are looking at cost-wise and coming back whenever we make rate changes for fiscal year 2025.
It just concerns me when I look at this and see that we're kind of at the top of the food chain here on our residential rates.
And the other thing that I will note about that table is for all of the other cities, that is their current rates. So most of those cities are going to be going through the same process that y'all are. They're going to be updating their rates. We just don't know what those are going to be yet.
Okay.
Councilman Turner.
I'm in agreement with Councilmember Getz on what he just stated. So I'm in agreement. And secondly, what's the effect when we as a council go against the recommendation and choose to lower the rate? Like, can you speak to how can that really affect what you're projecting and what you're trying to accomplish when we go against it and don't go with the recommendation?
Well, again, these rate recommendations were set such that you would not lose money in your utility fund for fiscal year 2024. Again, we're about $350,000 or so to the positive. So any reduction from the recommended rate increase would put that in jeopardy, where perhaps you would be back in a situation where you're going to continue to lose money out of your utility fund. And you're kind of getting pretty close to the city's stated goal of 15% reserves. Certainly, if you were to lose another $1 million out of your utility fund, you would fall below that. So that's kind of where we're at. Going anything less from a total revenue increase standpoint, how you want to get to that revenue number, we can look at different options. But in order to start shoring up the utility and not lose money, you're going to need to increase your revenues by the amount that we have modeled.
Councilman Neal?
Did you look at any of the expenditures to see if there's anywhere else we can cut?
We did not. We used budget data that was provided from the city.
Has anybody from the city looked at the expenditures to see if there's anywhere we can cut?
That's part of our budget process. We look for that in not only the water fund, but we look for it in the solid waste fund, the general fund, every fund we budget. We're looking for savings.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate the report. I also know that our infrastructure, our water and sewer has been a continued thorn in our side here in Southeast Texas. And I understand that increasing cost does have an effect on our citizens, but providing poor service also has an effect on our citizens and in terms of for future growth. So I think this is an area that it appears that we're having to play catch up. And again, without looking back to when things could have been done differently and updates, I mean, we probably have a disproportionate amount of problems than some cities our size in terms of amount of toilets that hadn't flushed and what we're trying to catch up on. So we're spending a lot of money on. So to have sufficient funds in the future so that we can avoid that, I understand that water rates need to appear to go up. And nobody's
All
going
right.
to like it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If no other questions, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, Grady.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it. Next is the compensation and classification study. Chris Catalina is going to come up and talk to us. Do we have anyone online to talk today or not? We had some people scheduled to be here, but their flights got canceled. Mayor, we were talking about that the other day. So they won't be here in person. So here's Chris to take us to that item.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Yes, we had some difficulty getting Evergreen Consultants here to Beaumont with canceled flights. However, they're going to join via Zoom meeting, and they've been notified to jump on real quick. It'll be Mark Holcomb, who's project manager, Peter Backhouse, who's consultant, and Kelly Bracci, who's also a consultant. So Mark will begin the presentation, and then Peter will finish out the recommendations. So as soon as we get them on, they'll go ahead and begin. Thank you. Yes. No, we have the presentation up, but no video of consultants.
Councilman Turner.
I've been asking for this and this employee evaluation compensation salary for quite some time. And at one point, I was told it was a specific amount or percentage of our employees that were over the threshold as far as pay. I didn't see that anywhere in the presentation. Maybe I missed that. Can we get us back to that slide so I can see what they're talking about?
Is it the market results? The market results page? Okay.
Can you stay there? My concern is it says maximum and it's showing with the adjusted cost of living how the maximum is kind of progressing and gaining on both spectrums with unadjusted and adjusted. I just wanted a real deep. I wanted a real deep dive to know the way we're moving forward with our cost of living straight across the board. Is that beneficial for the city of Beaumont to keep operating that way? In order to catch these minimums up, do we need to restructure that? I just wanted a recommendation from the consultants to make sure we're all on the same page. That was one of the main reasons pushing for this study, because the cost of living price that we looked at earlier, straight across the board, how much would it benefit? How much would it affect us financially? So I just want to know from you guys' standpoint, did you guys have a recommendation for that? Mr. Williams, if you're okay with it, I would like a copy of it.
Yeah, everyone to get when it's complete, everyone to get a copy of the compensation study, along with the pay grades, et cetera.
Go ahead and continue.
Any more questions from council? Mark, Peter, did you have anything else to add to finish the presentation? Thank you for your help. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, we ready to move on? Okay, next, discussion on health insurance costs. Is that Todd, who is that doing? Is that our gentleman back there?
Okay, we have with us this morning Preston, and I never get your last name right. He's with Holmes Murphy. He's our health consultant, and he's going to go over some of the health issues we've been talking about, some of the things. Here you go, Preston. Self-insured plans versus fully insured and ways to help mitigate our costs.
Great, thank you. I appreciate everybody taking the time and allowing us to come in today with me. I have Jason Newman, one of our senior analysts with Holmes Murphy out of Dallas. Just short bio, I've worked here with the city for 15 plus years. I've worked with the county almost 20 years here in town. A couple other small employers, and we have a pretty good handle on the insurance world and what's going on in these markets here. In the sake of time, I know everybody's been long and it's been a long day and we want to get into some of your data, but I was asked to go over a few minutes around self-funded versus fully insured, just to make sure everybody on council fully understands how the medical insurance program here operates and works, because it's not like a traditional, you just pay Blue Cross $500 and they take all the risk. So with that said, let's see here. Get up here. Oh, perfect. So I've put a few slides in here just to make sure everybody understands how your program operates. And by the way, 99% of all employers, public or private, over 1,000 employees are self-funded. Okay, so you are a self-funded entity, and that's what we're going to talk to you about today is self-funded versus fully insured and what that means to you, just as you think about as this plan goes through. So in a fully insured world, you pay premiums to an insurance company, right? And in all reality, they have responsibility for your claims. It's pretty simple. So if we were fully insured and at the city manager's direction, we actually did get a fully insured quote from Blue Cross Blue Shield just for informational purposes. That quote's about $31 million. So what that would mean is you would pay Blue Cross Blue Shield $1,000 for a single person, $1,800 for employee and spouse, $2,000 for family, whatever the rates are. It rolls up to about $30 million a year. Blue Cross would then take all that risk and pay all the claims. Pretty simple. In the world of self-funding, what happens is we pay Blue Cross an administrative fee. And let's just say for the sake of this conversation, it's $50. What that means is when one of your people goes to the doctor and they have a $5,000 claim, that doctor sends it to Blue Cross. Blue Cross adjudicates the claim, sends that doctor $5,000, and then then Blue Cross comes over and gets reimbursed from the city of Beaumont for that $5,000 claim. So the risk is not transferred until you get to a level of, say, $275,000, which is where the city purchases their risk transfer. So for every claim that comes in here, you are on the liability or the hook for the first $275,000. Then it goes off to layers of reinsurance, et cetera. And so I share that with you because it's very important to understand whether you go fully insured or you go self-funded, your risk here at the city is your risk. You don't get 3 new cancer patients because we went from self-funded to fully insured. Or we don't get 3 new diabetics because we left self-funded and went fully insured or vice versa. So your claims data or your risk is relatively stagnant irregardless of which funding methodology you do that, right? So then you would say, why would you go fully insured versus self-funded or vice versa? There's only a few things that really, really matter. First off, you've got different things in state taxes, regulations, and all those types of things that are fully insured where, and again, you're run under a different set of standards inside of public entities, self-funded. But for the intents and purposes, you're covering everything that would be covered fully insured. Wellness is 100%, all of your there's really not any differences. Your big difference is when it comes down to risk, margin, and what the carrier is going to do when you have peaks and valleys. So if you have a year that's $25 million and they come in at 30 million, statistically speaking, you're going to regress back to the mean. A 30% increase is not normal in the world of healthcare. A 7 to 8% inflationary trend on medical is, and about a 10 to 12% inflationary on pharmacy is. So right now, as you'll see here, I'll go through this. I'm going to try to get through this pretty quickly. If you look here, if you look at our plan year, so this is your plan year. This is not your fiscal year, but this is just looking at insurance from January through December, which we look at things fiscally and we look at them plan year for two different purposes for you guys. But in the end, they're all going to run relatively the same. And so if you look at your medical claims, you look at your pharmacy, and you can look at, this is just your total claim spend. These numbers you're looking here are, pushing 15, 20%. That would be higher than what any quote unquote industry norm would be in any publication that you could find. So then you'd say, okay, Preston, well, why is that? There's a couple things. And this is not consistent with all employers, but it's consistent with most. First thing is you have the COVID hangover. You had a lot of scheduled surgeries and things that just people couldn't get done. Knees, hips, ankles, shoulders, whatever. So those years, 2020 coming out of that COVID year into 21 and now into 22, we have seen a pretty big increase from that standpoint, knowing that those are going to reverse back to some degree. If you look at 2022 up here on a calendar year basis, we were $26 million of expenses. So if you go to an insurance company and say, I want you to give me rates, they're going to start with the $26 million of expenses. It doesn't matter who it is. They all don't want to lose money. They're going to put inflationary trend, 10, 12%. They're going to put fixed cost of 15%. They're going to put pooling. So you'd be over $30 million. So this year, we're at 12.8 through 6 months. If that just repeats itself, it looks like we probably will end up right back on top of the $26 million, plus or minus. So in that instance, even though you didn't trend backwards yet, fully insured would have cost you another $2 million this year by the time you take into account whether or not you make plan design changes or anything like that. So one thing I wanted to show you, which is really interesting, and this again goes back to your cost of your health plan are driven significantly by large claimants. And this is all insurance, right? 5% of the population is going to drive 60% of the cost. So if you go backwards and say, okay, Preston, we're up $5 million. Well, if you just look right here at your large claimants, in 2020, you had 19 people over $100,000 that were 3.39 million. 2022, that number jumped to 38. So of a $5 million increase, there's 3.5 of it. That won't sustain itself, right? I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you that are those 38 going to come back down and be 12? But if you look this year through 12 months, we're at 14. But when you start looking for reasons, are we spending way too much at emergency rooms? Or do we have too many people going to the doctor all the time? Are we doing too many x-rays? It's not going to be your normative claims that jump in and make or break a plan year self-funded ever. It's going to be what your large claims look like. So just gives you a snapshot of that. This gives you kind of an idea of what we do on the risk like we talked about. So you're on the hook for claims up to $275,000, where before we were at $225,000, we moved that risk, and it's just an opportunity cost. We go get bids on it every year, share it with your finance team, and then they make decisions on that. But you can see what your stop loss premiums are for that risk. And you'll notice in 2022, we had $1.3 million of money come back to the city on claims that went over $275,000. This year, we're on track for about 383, so you double at 760. That number should start correcting back in line as our large claimants kind of come back in line. So give you an idea where they're coming from, and I've got some more data and stats I can give you, as well as a few other handouts, or we can send it. But your largest claims, cancer, neuromuscular, those are both new. You'll see encephalitis. If you go in and look at prescription drugs, you think about the world of medical claims and prescription claims. We've had a $3 million increase, and I have a printout to hand you, or I can send it to you, in specialty pharmacy over the last 3 years. Specialty pharmacy are things like Humira for autoimmune disease type things. We had a catastatic eye injury that was $275,000 of prescription drugs. We've got another deal tied to some type of a brain disease that was $300,000. These were not there 18 months ago. So as new therapies come out, there's been people that have been ongoing medical, just trying to work their way through. But as these new specialty drugs come out, which improves employees' lives, unfortunately, they're expensive. And so we can give you that listing, but you're looking at literally a $3 million swing in those, we call them specialty drugs. We had a new cystic fibrosis that was $245,000. I mean, it's just the way that world has run. So now let's talk for a few minutes. That's just quick educational history. I guess before I even go into this, are there any kind of questions around the fundamentals of what the city does with that plan and kind of how it operates? Okay. So in talking with Todd, Susan, team, it's kind of interesting. He's like, what can we do to save money? That's the going line with every employer in America right now in the world of healthcare. And so you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things up there. But I put the bottom 4 up to him first, and he came back and said, what about deductibles, co-pays, things like that? Just know, as you sit here and you talk about compensation structure, and I'd listened very closely to those guys, and they said there's a few things to be desired. Your benefit plan is very good. Your medical, your dental is very, very good. Now, they want to get into all the supplemental, and somebody wants this life insurance or that life insurance or pet insurance, whatever. But you have very, very strong benefits. The issue is, today, if you want to change anything up front, you want to move deductibles, you want to move an out-of-pocket limit, you want to change an employee copay, that is just shifting dollars from the claims fund to the employee's pocket. There's no difference in that and just telling the employee, give me $25 more a month and we'll leave our benefits the same, if that makes sense, because you're just taking cost and shifting it over. Now, when you do that, it does shift cost to those that are the higher utilizers. So if you took your current deductible from $750 to $1,000, anybody that had under the $750 is not affected, right? Anybody that goes over would be affected. We know that. So one of the things that we will do, and I'm not sure exactly how Todd comes back with recommendations and things to you guys, but we will plan and model anything and everything in all different ways to get to the budget however you need to do it. But what's interesting is you could potentially go to Blue. So we're at Blue Cross today, and you could go to them and say, we want to change our PPO network and we want to go to more of an HMO gatekeeper style, so that our plan is being managed more by primary care physicians versus just self-referred people all over the place. The two networks, as far as access to care, are very, very similar. Down here, it's not a big discrepancy like you have 150 doctors in the HMO and you got 3,000 in the PPO. They're very similar and they almost overlay. The difference is in the HMO world, the primary care doctors have a much bigger stake in your health and they're compensated such to see you, triage you, manage you, et cetera, where today that's just kind of lit. If you do something like that, it's a little bit over 5% of savings that your plan would just have just in less utilization, less cost, statistically valid, better contracts, you roll it all up. So on a $25 million, $20 million medical spend, you're talking about $1 million. And to me, that does not take money out of an employee's pocket. That just requires some extra effort, going to a primary care physician, et cetera. International pharmacy, this is something, and what I'm throwing out here were just ideas that he wanted me to share. I'm not saying you do it or you don't do it. That's why you're a self-funded plan, and you guys are the stewards and fiduciaries and manage that plan. International pharmacy, I talked to you about, and I have a listing here, specialty drugs was $3.2 million of your $6 million drug spend. And I'll get you the head counts on that, but that's no more than 100 people. There are many employers today that are now saying, you know what? How is it that I can buy a Merck drug? I could have it imported directly from Canada, half the time manufactured at the same location, for 50 cents on the dollar what I'm buying this drug in an American pharmacy for? It's a good question. So employers are now saying, you know what, let's keep our big, broad pharmacy for everybody that needs to go get, whatever, amoxicillin, penicillin, whatever it is. But for our people that are on the $200,000 injectable drug, doing it at home, let's create an incentive or a steerage mechanism where we can bring that in internationally through somewhere like, obviously, it's all FDA cleared and the way the drugs work, but for $100,000. It's a little extra work, but it's a lot of money. And I will tell you that the county has started this back in about 120 days ago. Their new risk manager came from South Texas. He had done some of this in the couple of counties down there, and that was one of his big initiatives to come in, which I was great with, because a lot of public entities are slower to adopt that type of a benefit. We're looking at a program now. You see it listed as quantify specialty care, but it could be anything. What if you created a very unique situation for your employees that are on infusion therapies? Okay, we know infusion therapies at hospital-based are twice as expensive as infusion therapies that are done in a freestanding facility-based. We're not trying to keep anybody from getting care. It's just, how do you access that care at a better price point? Another thing, Surgery Plus. There's two others. I just use this name and we would go through it with them, but there's Transcarent, there's Carum, and there's Surgery Plus. And what these groups are doing is they're doing scheduled surgeries on a little bit more of a domestic type basis, tourism. So somebody needs to have a knee replacement. And that knee replacement on your plan is going to be $50,000. But Surgery Plus has a contracted rate for someone locally or someone in Houston or wherever it's typical would be within about 60 miles. They might be able to do it for $30,000. So then you ask me, Preston, what about quality? Well, the way these programs work is all these providers, they're pushing incremental surgeries to these providers because they have the best outcomes. The outcomes of these three type of programs, their readmission rates, infection rates are less than like 1/3 of 1%. Where industry average is, 1.2% of all surgeries have an infection readmission rate. And guess what happens if you do surgery and there's an infection readmission? The plan's paying again. someone like that says, hey, we'll put warranties on our doctors. Not only will we make sure they do it for less, we'll put a warranty on it. And if there's a problem, it's covered, which makes sense. You know, you go to get your car fixed and they don't do it right, I'm not paying you again. So there's things that we're going through your staff with. These are some of them. We truly understand that the budget did jump quite a bit. You know, the thing, just full transparency, because people ask me all the time, our organization's paid a fee. You're self-funded. Our job is just to make sure we direct you in the right path. We don't make a penny different if you're at Aetna, Cigna, United, Blue Cross, GPA, TPA, it doesn't really matter. And I'll leave you with this as you think about it. We do have a fully insured quote. We know the other carriers will all be similar because they all start with the same claims numbers, right? If you were 50 employees, then a lot of your pricing comes from manual rates and industry trends and all that. When you're 1,000 employees, your rates come from your risk. There's no spreading that risk other than the large stuff. If you were to say, Preston, we have 4 major carriers, Aetna, Cigna, United, Blue Cross. Because you're self-funded, what you're worried about is that price point that the insurance company has with the doctors and hospitals for reimbursements. And we know that Blue Cross, United, and Aetna in this market are all within actuarially at 1% of each other. So you don't ever really win by saying we're going to leave Blue Cross and we're going to run to Aetna, because your risk didn't change and we're not getting better price points for access to care. These are the types of things, if once staff brings them to you guys and you go, okay, you know what? My employee makes $40,000 a year. We're struggling with our budget. We're struggling with our finances, and he needs surgery. It's going to be $50,000 and cost him $1,000. But if he goes where they want to direct him or her, we'll make it free because it's a $25,000 claim, and net, everybody wins. So those are the types of things that we're really kind of trying to push staff and team on, because if not, we're just going to be looking at the same old benefits and change deductibles, change rates, and what have you. So an awful lot, awful quick, but try to get through it best I could.
Savings on the going to the HMO, International Pharmacy, Specialty Care, and Surgery Plus, you're talking almost $3 million in savings?
Yes. And there's probably more in Surgery Plus, just because we have to assume 15, 18% participation. Not everybody's going to want to change and go, okay, I want to go to a new surgeon or a new this or a new that. But if you incentivize people, like I said, then you could jump 40, 50% participation in something like that. And then you're talking real money. I mean, it's all real money, but yes.
So we're talking about a potential $3 million savings on this coming current budget projections if we're going to make this change.
No, we just wanted to bring some of these ideas to you, given the fact that we do have significantly rising costs in the healthcare arena. I'm not sure if we would be able to implement a lot of these this year or not. Open enrollments in January. I would probably lean on Preston's advice on that, how much of this we could implement, for the next calendar year. Of course, that's something we will continue to discuss with him and our benefits team here at the city.
If you look at these, if you do deductibles or you do the Blue Cross HMO type style program, those have to be done on a January 1 calendar year basis for the most part, because you don't want to switch something like that mid-year, which, provides a lot of confusion for your employees. And again, we're here for this for the employees, right? So you don't want to do that. But if we wanted to grab something like an international pharmacy or even a Surgery Plus and If you came in here in March and said, okay, employees, you now have this new option to go do surgeries here, it doesn't change anything that goes on with Blue Cross, what have you. So for the most part, you could push these all through, be a lot at once. But if you didn't, then I would say go at the ones that Blue Cross controls, and you have to do that in January. Maybe pick one or two others January, and then you could phase things in pretty easily, because there's nothing that would not be able to be phased in.
Councilman Neal?
So what's the average cost of insurance per employee?
Sorry. PEPM 14. After employee contributions, you're running about $1,400 per employee per month.
And how much is the employee contribution?
The employee contributions today are right around $300 per employee per month. Average.
When's the last time we've done an increase on the employee contribution?
We did an increase last budget.
You know what percentage?
I believe we did 10%, and we are proposing another 10% this year.
When's the last time we went up on the deductible cost?
Was it last year? It was last year.
Okay.
What is the current deductible?
Current deductible today is $750 per employee,
That's for the city.
and $1,250 for family.
Are you on this? The pensions and savings.
And then your out-of-pocket limit today is what, 61? 55? So your out-of-pocket limit's $5,500 today. And the reason you don't see that change is, let's say you took out a pocket from $5,500 to $6,000. Only the employees that get through $5,500, so you have a law of diminishing returns, that $500 looks like a lot of money, and it's only going to affect 8% of the population. It's really not actuarially worth enough to worry about.
Do you, maybe you'd have to model this, but do you know what percentage of our employees meet the deductible?
Off the top of my head, no, but we could have that very, very quick, and I'm going to bet you about 35%. That's normally about a decent average.
So by increasing the deductible, you would only be affecting around 30%.
Around 30%, yeah, 35%.
And I'm assuming the ones that meet the deductible probably way exceed it.
It's probably half and half. You probably have a fair amount that just kind of run through, and then you have the other half that are going to be your larger claimants that just blow and hit the out-of-pocket limit.
I mean, I just know in the real world, in the private sector, I mean, everybody's fighting the same thing, and there's just no easy decision behind it.
No.
Councilman Duria?
So Todd, when these numbers he's talking about, and he's talking about employees, does that include retirees that's on the city's plan? And how many retirees are on the city's plan? Because I know they pay more than $300 a month.
Off the top of my head, the exact number, I don't know, but I do have it. Active retirees, so we have 189.
Chris represents the retirees as well.
We have 189 plus another 90, so what's that gonna be, 280? Civilian, 280, 330. These are just, because we have them broken down by police and fire and the high plan, the low plan. Looks like about 400, probably.
So are the retirees included in that 10% increase you recommended?
All right,
It's the active duty ones.
Councilman Nails' mic wasn't on, so we won't repeat that. Any other?
One question.
One question.
Is it fair to say the more that are actually in the plan, the better rate you get?
No,
No?
no. So if you think about the world of healthcare, healthier and better is better, bigger is not better.
Okay.
Would you rather have 2,000 people that are 52 years old and diabetic and everything else, or 500 people the risk that are 33 years old and they haven't come into any health problems? So there's a big fallacy in the world of healthcare that bigger is better. It's not.
Okay.
And we have 1,400 people today. If we grew to 1,500 and they were all healthy, awesome. Add one hemophiliac at $1.5 million a year, not so awesome. So it truly is a function of managing risk, managing the plan, and things like that, versus just saying, hey, if we could add more. All bigger does is make you become more predictable. It doesn't make you better.
Okay, so could staff look at some of these options and maybe come back with a recommendation? This is something y'all need direction with on today.
Yeah, Todd's already started to examine this, and we're gonna come back with a proposed plan that works for the city and for the employees. We're looking at, we're looking at ways to save money. So this is just a part of that, and this is a big part of it. And we have some other things that we're looking at. We're even looking at liability insurance, which is a big expense to us. So we're looking at a comprehensive way of saving dollars that we're talking about.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
I do have a comment. Healthy initiatives, does that help lower your costs if we put in some type of plans for healthy living
Yes.
incentives?
100% it will. Obviously, you have to think about investments in time and what goes on. Years ago, when we really went hard at all the biometric screenings and all that, what's that been now? 7 to 10 years ago, we had a a spike similar to this, lots of large claims. And there are things that are a very good precursor to large claims. So if you take one of the industry standards is something called metabolic syndrome. And what metabolic syndrome is, it's a cluster of risk. Triglycerides, fasting glucose, blood pressure, waist circumference, and cholesterol. If somebody has one of those that's out of range, okay, take a pill, so what? Somebody has 2, okay. When you have 3, it's a clinical diagnosis of metabolic syndrome. And what that does is you're 7 times more likely to become a type 2 diabetic in 18 months. You are like 7.5 times more likely for some type of heart disease. You're 6 times more likely to die of any cause. There's all these statistics out there. And so what happens is, if you get into the world of wellness, and it's something you have to really think about, and you start pushing, we want our employees to be healthier. We want them to be better. So we're going to come on site and do biometric screenings, finger sticks, blood draws, so people can know their own numbers. We did it years ago, and it actually, we caught quite a bit of, you see a little bit of spike in claims, because, I didn't know I had that, I better go fix it. But if you could if somebody needs a stent, and they could go in scheduled and have a stent done and what have you, and this would have been a Beaumont claim 10 years ago, plus or minus. Had they gone in and had the 2 stents done, it would have been a $40,000, $50,000 procedure. What is it now today? 3-4 days schedule and you're gone home. We had a heart attack. Heart attack in ICU, goes through, ends up falling into a stroke. 60 days of hospitalization and $1.1 million later, we had our employee back out in relatively stable, good health, and so be it. Can you say we would have 100% alleviated that? No. And anyone that tries to tell you that, they're foolish. But we do know plans that put in significant incentives and programs like that. If you were to look at your trend line over the last 10 years, and let's say it's 8.5%, 9%, the trend line of those that really get in deep are about 3%. So absolutely, if you want to do that, I'm all in.
Okay, it's something we need to look at. So Todd or Chris, whoever, we need to get a health there, it looks like.
And most importantly, if we do that, sir, is if we're gonna go and find things, we must have programs that will help people fix what we find versus just going and finding and say, all right, now you're on your own. Because the world of healthcare is very, very convoluted. And there are some great programs out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, at this point, we're going to take a Whataburger break so that we can improve our health. But we are gonna take a break for lunch at this point. So, and it's not Whataburger that I'm aware of. So, we will return at 1 p.m. 24 minutes. Wow. Well, we got how much time do we need for the remainder? Because we've got. All right. 24 minutes.
With the budget workshop, we're going into our departmental reports. So we'll get started with that, and we'll start with the executive office, and that'll be Mr. June Ellis and Chris Boone.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This round of the budget workshop, we are going to have each department director present to the City Council their proposed budget for next fiscal year. This is something that a lot of cities do. They allow the department heads to present and give their presentations of their proposed budget directly to the council. Staff has gone through many meetings with the various departments. The budget process started back in May, and so there have been many meetings with staff, with the city manager, the CFO, assistant city managers, and so we feel that we have a really solid proposed budget that's in front of you this evening. And each department head will focus on those major items that have been proposed in the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. There are a total of 18 city departments and 4 divisions. So you will hear from 22 different staff members of those departments today. If there are questions throughout the presentation of a department, feel free to ask any questions of those department heads or division heads this afternoon, and we will open it up after each presentation for council to ask those departments any questions that you may have on their proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Items included in the proposed budget are those items that are part of the city's strategic plan. Council and staff went through the strategic planning process. So throughout the budget process, staff did take into consideration those items that are part of the strategic plan. And staff did also include those items that council presented to staff with regard to your goals and priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. So as you listen to these departments today, you will be hearing a lot of the things that council directed staff with regard to priorities for the upcoming fiscal year based on each council member. So the executive office includes City Manager, Mr. Williams, June Ellis, Chris Boone, Assistant City Managers. The executive office includes 3 departments. The City Manager department is funded under the umbrella of the executive office, as well as City Council. All of City Council's expenses come under the executive office. And also the Special Purpose Department. The Special Purpose Department is a department that is basically a catch-all for those items and services that are not specific to a particular department. For example, the Garfield contract that we have, that's not specifically aligned with a specific department, so we budget for that in the executive office under special purpose, as well as costs such as the federal legislative consultant, the state legislative consultant, appraisal services, which are not department specific, so we fund that under special purposes. Those are the costs paid to the Jefferson Central Appraisal District, Chamber of Commerce expenses. Those are also budgeted in the special purpose department. So major items included in the executive office's budget, proposed budget for next fiscal year, are travel and training, as well as dues and professional fees. As you see on the slide, those are as a result of the reorganization that took place after last fiscal year's budget was approved by City Council. A new city manager came on board, implemented some reorganizations across the city, including 2 assistant city managers now coming under the executive office. as well as in next fiscal year's budget, we are including Mr. Haynes, Mal Haynes's expenses. A lot of those expenses in the past were paid for out of the planning department, so we're consolidating all of those expenses in fiscal year 24 under the city manager's budget in the executive office. So those expenses of $17,000 for travel and training and dues and professional fees are the direct result of the reorganization. The strategic plan update for next fiscal year in the proposed budget, we are proposing $25,000 to update the city's strategic plan, and that will not include a complete update of the plan with regard to having multiple meetings as we have over the past few months. Actually, the strategic plan has been completed. That will be coming before council within the next couple of weeks. But next year, we will meet with the consultant to look at some of the objectives, some of the challenges, and some of the action items to continue implementing the strategic plan. We will not focus on things such as vision and mission. Those have already been decided and incorporated into the plan. So it's not going to be a full-scale strategic plan update, but we do have dollars in the budget for that for next fiscal year. Chamber of Commerce, economic development. Each year we budget $85,000 as recurring costs for the Chamber of Commerce. We added an additional $65,000 based on the request of Mr. Elenis. So for next fiscal year, we have a total of $150,000 for the Chamber of Commerce economic development in the proposed budget. Garfield Hotel Consultant Phase 3. City Council approved Phase 2 during your July 11th City Council meeting. Phase 3 is anticipated to start approximately 90 days after Phase 2. We budgeted $92,000 based on the cost of the Phase 3, which is the final phase of the Garfield Hotel Consultant feasibility study and project. We also budgeted $5,000 for bond counsel for legal services. We don't know how much services we'll need from our bond counsel, but we did add a small amount in the budget for those services with regard to the hotel. These are the major items recommended or proposed in the executive office's proposed budget for next fiscal year. I am open to any questions, or if there are any questions of the executive office, staff of the executive office can answer those at this time.
Councilman Neal?
What's the increase for the chamber, the $65,000 for?
It's a very good question. Mr. Elenis is here, and I'll have him come up to speak on those.
Councilmember, the main cost is we're going to two full-time equivalent employees at $100,000 total. And then the other parts of the cost are for the business retention program, for software upgrade, and then also for additional marketing and promotion type activities. So that's the major cost difference between this year and what we're proposing.
Any other questions? Councilman Turner?
Steve, can you kind of speak to the aspect of when you're tasked with economic development for the city compared to being in other cities? It's kind of solely on the chamber, and we kind of depend on you guys for economic development. What are some of the obstacles and hurdles you have with that budget that you had prior to what you're proposing for this time?
Councilman Turner, excellent question. So we did a comp comparison of other cities similar to Beaumont size, just to give you an idea of what their budget is for economic development and what we're doing right now. So New Braunfels' budget is $1.5 million. Abilene, Texas is $1.35 million. Odessa, Texas is $1.5 million. Allen, Texas is $7.5 million. Richardson, Texas is $861,000. League City is $426,000. Tyler is $209,000, and Edinburgh, Texas is $5.5 million. So, obviously it's an arms race in some regards. You want to be competitive with similar cities to our size. And so 150,000 is not a lot, but it's a starting point, recognizing that as we develop the strategic plan, I think there's going to be more opportunities to talk about specific things to go after.
Yeah, I like the fact that you gave the comps. It's like right now we kind of shooting with rubber bullets and everybody else shooting with hard armor. So thank you for getting that information.
I got one more question there.
Go ahead, Councilman Neal.
So how does that work though, from a standpoint that the Chamber of Commerce, the information that you guys share, the vast majority of the information you share is to your members, correct?
No, sir. There's a lot of information that's generally available for the business community, right? And so there's things that we do. So for example, the business, the economic pulse is something that we make available for everybody. There's programs that are designed for the entire community. So like 10X Small Business Mentoring Program, that's for the entire community. The I&E Network, which is the Inventors and Entrepreneurs Network, that's for the entire community. Economic development really kind of fits in that category of, encompassing the whole community. So, our goal is, number one, to grow the economy. Number two, to help businesses be successful. And then number three, have a positive impact. And so I think if we can pull those elements together, I think we're going to have a very successful community. And that's really what we're after. You want to see the economic pie growing, and you want to see those opportunities increasing for everybody. Because once you see that, once you see people making money and the economy growing, it just changes the mindset.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give us an idea how many departments will be making presentations? I'm just watching time.
All of them. What is it, total of 22, you said?
22, including 4 divisions today.
18 and 4 divisions. They typically should have about 5 minutes apiece.
We've been told to keep it brief.
And City Attorney's Office, City Attorney Sheree Reed is next.
Oh, you don't have to do me. I'm Baptist, but I'm not that Baptist. So in keeping in line with Assistant City Manager Ellis stated, a lot of our focus was on making sure we kept in mind what the city's strategic plan was and what the priorities that council has outlined for our office. And one of the big things from our office was obviously we've now taken over a lot of some of the safety aspects for the city at the direction of council in implementing a new safety policy. I'd like to take this time just to thank our liability administrator, Marissa, for all of her hard work in doing that. However, she is just one person, and this is a big city, and there's a lot of areas to cover. So one of our biggest things is requesting a new compliance officer. It's also going to require an increase in our travel and training budget and some additional equipment. Next slide. So just the explanation that you just saw on the previous slide, there is an increase in the amount of money that we will be spending. The new position is needed, obviously, to reduce the strain on the current staff. In taking over those responsibilities, it has been a huge influx of work for our office. Not complaining, just saying we need an extra person to kind of cover that. We also would need additional furniture to accommodate the new position. I have the space, I just don't have anywhere for them to sit. We also need a new printer. The current printer in our suite just doesn't work, and we still, even though we have an electronic signature policy, it is our preference to still use wet ink, so we do print quite a bit. And then our conference room chairs need to be replaced. The mechanics or hydraulics in the chair, the thingamajig that makes it go up and down, is broken. We've checked with purchasing. The manufacturer no longer makes the kits to repair the chair, so it's a necessity that it be replaced, and also just a new television to accommodate for training, Zoom calls, and so on and so forth. Next slide. Just a breakdown for the compliance officer. This is just an overview of what that individual would be covering for the city. Again, the idea is for us to be more proactive in our approach to some of the things that we've incurred in the past. One of our the things that we did this year was implement a new safety policy. This particular person would focus more on making sure the things that we're requiring in our existing policy are followed, doing audits to make sure that safety trainings and pre-checks are being done, going through our safety guidelines. Essentially, this individual do a lot of what a risk management person would do. We're just calling it a compliance officer. Councilman Getz, you look like you want to ask me a question.
Don't we have a position very similar to this, at least in description, already in human resources?
Yes.
Maybe. This particular individual would not, like I said, my office has taken over significantly the role of safety. So this particular individual will be to reduce the strain that's kind of been imported on our liability administrator. Our liability administrator, Ms. Arsenault, manages our claims. We are looking at what that looks like if the city does self-insurance and so forth, or moves from being self-insured to having full insurance, but she would still manage our claims in-house. This individual will be doing more compliance stuff, so audits and that nature. I am aware that we do have an individual on staff that was previously administering safety initiatives, and so that person will no longer be responsible for that.
Any other questions?
That the last slide?
It is.
Yeah, just to comment to Mr. Williams, just to kind of look into, I know we just got the employee evaluations, just the overlapping, especially with the budget deficits we have right now. Yeah, just the overlapping the responsibilities of people doing the same things.
Good point. And that's part of our assessment with the positions. We're going to do audits. We're going to do personnel audits, position audits. And we're going to do that with all our positions, where we're going to look at them and have somebody come in and interview them, basically find out, get a list of their duties. We're going to look at those duties and see if they're needed anymore, or, if we need to do something, we can consolidate some things. I think the T's getting to me. So yeah, we're looking at that for sure. And that's a part of that process I was talking about earlier, and looking at how we're doing business in those positions.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Getz.
So kind of following up on Councilman Turner, I appreciate the fact that you're going to be looking at all these positions, because I'm not a fan of cutting a person's duties and letting them continue at their same salary and just, letting a big portion of their duties go away to somebody else. So, I'll leave that to y'all to figure that out. Thank you.
I'm not in support of that neither.
Okay.
To that extent, the necessity for that position in my office is to just continue to do the response or do the job, or the request that was put upon me by council to improve our safety mechanisms. Just in previous discussion, council made a request that they see a reduction in some of our accidents that they deem to be frivolous. I think we can all agree that that has occurred. And so I just want to continue that trend.
Thank you.
In discussing the city clerk's budget, I don't have any big items for 2024, but in 2023 in April, we did implement the new open records request software that's ongoing. We did the new agenda minutes and the kiosk software, which we implemented and rolled out on June 6th. Both of those new softwares that we've implemented are going really well. They're expediting how we handle open records requests in the city clerk's office. All of that is now electronically instead of paper, even though we still allow citizens to come into the office and fill out an open records request, because some people don't actually use computers. Some of the older people don't really want to use the computers. So we've transferred the agenda preparation from the city manager's office to the city clerk's office. So I now handle all of the information that's going to be on the agenda. Of course, I work closely with the city manager and the city attorney. We've been able to get the process done a whole lot quicker. We find that we're done with the agenda usually on Sheree, Wednesdays, sometimes Thursdays, we're done and we're ready to send it on over to the city manager to approve so that we can get the packet out a whole lot earlier so that you guys have access to it and not have to get it like after 5 o'clock. So that is going really well. We're also looking at replacing this projector screen with the widescreen television. That's something I think that's on order, has not actually come in yet, but it's on its way. We'll be calling a special election for November for propositions for the city charter. We're going to be doing that next week. We're hoping that we'll be actually in a joint election with the county. They held elections in November already. So we'll be in a special election and on the ballot with them. I think maybe Nederland might be on that ballot in November as well. So we have some entities that will be able to split that cost. We did budget, I think, about $97,000 for the special election. In the general election, we spent about $76,000. So I'm hoping that we're not going to utilize that total amount that we've budgeted. We're looking at maybe a special bond election tentatively scheduled for November of 2024. That'll hold a bond election for major capital projects requiring an election by the citizens. We're also looking at a possible special election on the new hotel in downtown. That date has not at this time been determined. And of course, we'll have the election of the mayor and the city council members in May of 2025, and that's dependent on the outcome of the November 2023 special election on the city charter changes.
Councilman Getz.
Going back to replacement of this screen with a widescreen television, what are the advantages of doing that?
The advantages of doing that is if somebody has to remote in, like we had an issue this morning with technical difficulties trying to get someone to remote in, it'll split the screen, kind of like at the Nature Center when we did the work session. We were able to split the screen. You could see the person that was remoting in, and you could also see the information or the presentation that they were presenting.
Yeah, my only concern with that is, from people that are here at City Hall, sitting in the back, and they're looking at this screen, that's probably legible, but I don't know how big a TV you're looking at. But if it's not at least that big, then
Angela's going to come up and tell us what size we have on order.
I do not have the exact size off the top of my head. It will be about maybe just a little lower than it is now. So if you see the line below the current screen, and it's going to come out on these sides. It's going to be a large LCD screen. So if you've ever been someplace like Modelo's, where they have the big screen, the benefit it's going to provide us is we'll be able to do multiple projections. So we'll be able to have, one of the ideas is to have a constant, with the new software, you can do a live meeting. So you'll have the agenda with all of the votes and everything. It will be live for citizens to see. On the side, you'll be able to, if we do have Zoom, one of the legal requirements for us to do Zoom, for council members to Zoom in, is that they have to see all of council and council has to see all of them. So we would be able to put them up on the screen as well as still see presentations. So you'll be able to do essentially not picture in picture, but you'll be able to have multiple streams of view at one time.
And again, this is to accommodate a request by council to be able to attend meetings remotely. We can't do that with the current software. We can't do that and meet the open meetings required with our current software. So one of the major benefits to switching to a TV is that we, again, will be able to check one of the council wish list boxes by being able to accommodate that.
So the TV will always be up there. We will lose our logo that's currently on the wall. And
I believe we're going to move it.
We're going to, yeah. We haven't decided where yet, but we're moving it.
And when are you expecting this to come in?
Before the end of the fiscal year.
I mean, with technology, we can always put the logo in the TV when the TV's not on.
True, we could.
As a screensaver.
Or out on the side, but we'll figure it out. Any other questions? That's all that I have.
Thank you.
All right, Chief Singletary.
Chief, you now have 1 minute and 28 seconds. We're keeping track, and they went over. I'm sorry.
He probably won't need it on.
I'd like to start off, try to let y'all remind you guys that our overage is just 4.5% of our total budget. So I'd like to remind you gentlemen and ladies that. Let's see. Tina, you're gonna have to do this.
Delegate.
Thank you, Tina. Mayor and council, we're starting off with something that I think most of you have heard about and have some information, and there will be some information down the road, especially if you guys okay this. This is a real-time crime center that we think that this is going to revolutionize law enforcement and the way we do business. We have gone all over the country to see many places where this crime center is being utilized, and it's been fantastic. Everybody, even Calcasieu Parish has one down the road, and we got to visit with them, and it's amazing how many things you can do with this. You can see, utilize our license plate reader. You can view body cameras, our dashboard cameras on your vehicles, on our vehicle. And it's an excellent tool for officer safety. So this is something that we're really proud of. Captain Oknashek and Chief Plunkett and Chief Jeffcoat have worked on this. And I think it's going to be something, that really will help Beaumont and the city of Beaumont PD. So we're looking forward to utilizing this. It's going to take a while, but this is something that's really going to be a great benefit for Beaumont. The camera upgrades for real-time crime center. We have cameras. These are cameras that are already owned. The city already owns, and we deploy as we need it in for criminal activity. So obviously, the FUSIS information integration is going to require more equipment and different kinds of software. So this is just part of it. Now, the license plate reader repair and upgrade. We do have some license plate readers, but they're in need of a repair. And folks, what we'd like to do eventually is get the license plate reader, enough license plate readers in our inventory so we can put them at all the entrances and exit highways of the city of Beaumont. And that's what even Calcasieu Parish, they have license plate readers on every highway that goes in and out of Calcasieu Parish. It's very neat the way they do that. So we're looking forward to that too. That's just a part of the an important part of the FUSIS and our real-time crime center. The surveillance camera bills that we these are cameras that we build in-house. Our officers can build the cameras as the needs see fit. So it saves money. They do a good job, and again, as you guys have heard already, we're trying to save some money, but we don't want to hurt our productivity and the quality of our work. So this will be something that we can utilize. The $15,600. Now the taser purchase is so important to us. This is Mr. Williams has supported this. This is a taser that the one we're going to buy is a top of the line. It is the the best taser on the market. Right now, we're utilizing kind of a variety of tasers that have different platforms, and it's an officer safety issue. We want every officer to have the same taser, and so the training will be the same. I think y'all have heard from time to time over the years, this last couple of years, about maybe a police officer grabbing a handgun instead of a taser. This will keep that from happening. So we want to be unified in all of our tasers. And ladies and gentlemen, one reason why it's so important is it keeps our officers from going hands-on. We don't. If we could use a taser, it'll keep us from using force. Updating our force. It's just so important for officer safety of our police officer, and it's just kind of like a deal breaker for us. This is the most important thing, as you, ladies and gentlemen, know that officer safety is the major issue for us. Now, also the police recruiting. This has been a big deal for us. We evaluate our recruiting program yearly, and we've done our research and our polling. The electronic billboard advertising has been a big deal for us. When we poll our officers, our new officers, and ask them why they're coming to Beaumont, what got their attention is electronic billboard. So we want to use that, and we're doing a better job. We just hired 12 officers, and 10 of them are in the police academy right now. But that still leaves us 7 overall short. But we're moving in the right direction, and we are, like I told you, we evaluate our recruiting program yearly. We need police cars,
Chief, can I? Oh, that electronic billboard advertising. Are you talking about the little deal that's often parked over on College?
Yes, yes, sir. We got some. That was old and needs repair, almost maintenance, almost weekly. But we want to get some more so we can put it in different parts of the city.
We own that, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Police vehicles. The last, because of COVID, I think all of y'all are having trouble buying vehicles, and so are we. We in this category, we want to have buy 21 vehicles, 20 frontline patrol vehicles, both SUV and trucks, and you'll see a different package. Of course, that's with a police package, and this has already been approved by the city council. The difficulties in purchasing a vehicle over the last few years made it tough for us because we're actually well over 100,000 miles on some of these vehicles, and it's obvious it's a safety concern, and we need this money bad. We needed it like yesterday. Police recruiting is important to us in so many ways now. Like we said, we've done a really decent job, and I'm proud of our officers that we even have officers, patrol officers, their main job is not recruiting, and but our officers get a kick out of getting officers to recruit newer officers and cadets out there. So that's been a fun thing to do, and so we'll continue that if we have if we can go forward with the electronic billboard advertising and the recruiting.
Any questions for the chief?
Yeah, that's it for me. We were asked to keep this short, and following an attorney who did a really good job of keeping it short. I'm really proud of her. Yes. Any questions?
Maybe you could bring the new taser to council one day and demonstrate by tasing one of the council members?
I'm not going to answer that one, Councilman.
No.
Alderman would volunteer.
Which council member would you want to tase?
In there. You guys aren't helping a lot.
Next slide.
Chief.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Hey, Chief White,
Excuse me, I didn't get $5 million red trucks, okay?
I'm not asking for a $5 million truck today. Yeah, today. Good evening. First off, I'd like to thank your councilman, manager, and the city staff for all the support. We were told to keep it short, but unfortunately, we have a lot of things going on, so we're probably going to be the longest presentation today. We'll get you out of here. Time for council meeting. As you look, we'll start with self-contained breathing apparatus. These proposed budget. These are things that you're already supporting. This is our yearly renewal of self-contained breathing apparatus, bottles included and face pieces. You look at the cost for it. We'll go to annual furnishings. Those furnishings are to keep 12 fire stations and 2 med stations. We have chairs, we have tables and things like that that require replacement on an annual basis. And the 2 mini-ray monitor systems, that's for our hazmat team. When we go out on hazmat incident, we can actually set those monitors out there and link them remotely to take air samples on a regular basis. And the high lift bags are for when we have like an 18-wheeler rollover. We can actually slide those bags on, compress them, and upright they in our recovery process. The exhaust removal systems for the fire stations, cancer is the #1 thing now in firefighter safety and cancer prevention. And we're starting off asking for 2 exhaust removal systems. Our engines are diesel, and we're trying to get those diesel fumes out of the station. So that's why we're asking for the exhaust removal system to start with. And of course, our annual replacement on the life pack AEDs. And if you see to the right, those are the actual AEDs that we carry on all our engines and all our med units. And the extrication kits, essentially those are the hydraulics, the jaws of life per se. They're no longer gas. They're all electronic with the lithium-ion batteries. And your thermal imaging cameras, that'll get us approximately 2 thermal imaging cameras. However, that cost can be reduced if they reinstitute what they call their replacement program, a trade-in program, where we can trade in our old imaging cameras and get new imaging cameras. And we're asking for 2 ambulance stretchers at a cost of $70,000. That is an entire system. No longer do you have to lift the actual stretchers up. They're hydraulic, which results in a savings on workers' comp claims and things like that. Next slide, please. The skid pump and 500-gallon tank, that's for the Acelo high water vehicle. Around 2020, this council and other council members approved the purchase of the high water vehicle, if you remember. We're going to actually take that high water vehicle, and instead of one purpose, we're going to make it a dual purpose while putting that skid tank in there, that we can actually use it for high water incidents involving structure fires and brush fires. So we're going to make it a multi-purpose vehicle. And the enclosed trailer is for the hazmat unit. They carry so much, and so much is required now that we're going to need a new enclosed trailer. The F-150 pickup is for one of the investigators in the fire marshal's office. No longer can we use sedans or UTVs because you have to be able to separate the gear from the person inside the cab. So we're asking for our F-150 to move forward for that. And the 1500 GPM pumper, if you recall, probably about 3 weeks ago, you approved this pumper as a replacement for engine 3. And those costs are just going up, but we're participating in Be On My Peers program, so we're keeping the cost down on the pumpers. So you look at those pumpers, well, how we're keeping the cost down is you look at the difference, a particular package that you get. If you look at a Ford package, you can get an XLT and a Lariat. It depends on what you can get on it. So we're participating in My Peers program. We're keeping the cost down, but we can only get select things on the engine. And of course, the ambulance chassis and the compartments and the boxes, you've also approved some of those. Todd called me a couple weeks ago. we're going to reduce that to 5 med units instead of 6 med units. We can get by with 5 med units, but I can tell you that a lot of the med units that we're running right now, they're tired. We have med units with an excess of 150,000 miles on them, not to mention the total idle time on them. So we're trying to replace those med units as fast as we can. Of course, supply chain issues are creating a backlog on that. Next slide, please. The narcotic safe, security safe, we're going to a single distribution system. When med units came back over under me, we were a multi-distribution center. Now DEA requires a single distribution where every narcotic is actually going to meds headquarters and distributed out. It's a way for better tracking and better safety and security, and it meets DEA regulations. The Citizen Fire Academy, that is a new proposed budget item. Essentially, we want our citizens to come and participate and learn what we do. PD has their Citizens Police Academy, so we're proposing the Citizen Fire Academy to come and see what we do. That includes hands-on, actual simulated fire, riding out with us, and they're better educated as to what we do, and they can pass that out when they're talking to other citizens. They say, well, why did they do that? Well, this will allow those individuals to come participate in this, and they can actually say, this is the reason why the fire department and EMS does that. And we're asking for 2 EMS QA, QI officers and 2 clinical navigators. Todd alluded to this earlier. We're making more med calls because we put more med units on the street. That generates more reports. These reports have to be complete within 24 hours. So we will need those quality assurance officers to make sure that when we're submitting them for reimbursement for Medicare and Medicaid, that they're not being kicked back. So that's going to result in more revenue for the city. The 2 EMS clinical navigators, that essentially is part of the MIH program that I proposed, Mobile Integrated Healthcare, that when you call 911, that you actually will be referred to these clinical navigators. They will ask, what is your level of pain? What's going on with you? And instead of automatically dispatching, they can actually say, well, you know what? It doesn't reach the level of where we need to launch a med unit. How about we refer you over to telehealth or telemed? And that way we can keep those med units and those engines in reserve for the actual emergencies. So that's very, very important. This program has worked in San Antonio for a number of years. And as I presented to council a few months ago, they were able to cut their responses to what they called their HUGs, their high user groups, by 54%. So these 2 clinical navigators can have a significant impact on our responses. Next slide, please. And here is just the improvements in the services when we instituted our BLS and our ALS. And for those that don't know, that's your basic life support units versus your advanced life support units. Essentially, your non-emergency versus your emergencies. And these are just for educational. If you look at the numbers to the left, our BLS units were launched June the 5th, and as you can see, it has actually worked. And I'm proud to say that we're minimum of 7 every day, and most days we're having 9 med units in service. So it's paid dividends, it really has. And of course, we've partnered with UT Health on addressing our opioid responses. That's going to benefit both fire, EMS, and police. For the ones that want to get treatment, now we're able, by signing the agreement with UT Health, that partnership, we can actually refer them to treatment, and they can get them a bed for inpatient treatment. And then the EMS clinical credentialing, that's our NetP program. We're able to give a higher level of service. Our EMTs can actually function at a little bit higher level, almost to the paramedic level. And the incentive that the manager approved a couple months ago on our EMTs and paramedics is finally paying dividends. Today, we tested 2 new EMTs, and that's ongoing. And we're having some of our employees that resigned and retired, they're actually wanting to come back because of the tiered system and reduction in cost for service. Next slide. And if you'll look at this right now to date, we're looking at 16,500 calls for service on the EMS division, projected to be 19,850. Those calls are only increasing. They are. So that's staffing levels that we're needing. We're getting them filled, but we will continue to try to fill those and making sure that we're filling those vacancies. Over on fire operations, we're at 16,915 to date. We're projected 20,000 calls. Now that's combined along with EMS calls also. Those aren't just specifically EMS calls or fire calls. So calls for service are increasing. Our fire inspections, and that's going to be on your new business, more new business come to town, which we're trying to promote business. So we need to make sure that we're inspecting those businesses and getting those businesses up and running. And your last slide. And this is to expound on our clinical navigator and the Good Sam app. I think most of you have seen what the Good Sam app, that clinical navigator can refer them to the Good Sam app, and that's where we can actually send a link to their cell phone. They can click on that link, and that clinical navigator can look and see, evaluate them, take their respiration, and say, hey, your vitals are stable. How about we refer you to a primary care physician, or we send you to telemed? So we're trying to use technology to cut the responses out to our citizens while maintaining the same high level of care. And again, over to the right of your left, the new employee training program, again, that allows them to function at a higher level. And going down the documentation and good clinical practice. Dr. Cavaspar wants to make sure that we're practicing good medicine. That's stabilizing our patients before transporting them to the hospital. And when we get to the hospital, making sure that we use our EPOT. We have a paramedic there to accept those patients and get those med units back in service. Okay, and that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Councilman Turner, Councilman Duria.
My question just was something that was brought up earlier in the budgeting process. The $1.2 million we spend in overtime with the firefighters. Do we have some contingencies and things in place to see if we can cut that down?
Yes, that's that hiring of the EMTs, paramedics, that incentive, getting those civilian positions filled will reduce that overtime, along with I am monitoring the use of sick leave continuously every month. It's their sick leave. We want them to use it if they're sick. But if they're abusing that sick leave, because on shift and in operation, we have to backfill, which leads to an overtime cost. So yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, do the medics, actual paramedics, do any of them ever ride the BLS units?
No, they only are designated to the ALS units, the advanced. Like, look at it that those BLS units are for those minor injuries, the cut finger, the just general weakness and things like that. So we're using those BLS units for that and saving those ALS units for the heat stroke, for the heart attacks, things like that. Now we're crunching the numbers. The numbers are very, very favorable. Just in 2 months of numbers, crunching numbers, it appears that we're going to have to add another BLS unit because the majority of our calls are those basic life support calls. So we're going to supplement that by possibly adding another BLS unit to cover the west end of Beaumont.
On those exhaust removal systems, do you already have some in place at some of the stations?
We do not.
Don't have any?
We don't have any in place right now. So we're starting to look at that and trying to get those budgeted so we can get those carcinogens out of the station. And we have reduced runtime when they get back to the station, cut those engines off quickly so those diesel fumes are not being inhaled.
Okay, one thing you said caught my interest. Do you have an age limit on the retirees coming back to work?
On the civilians, no.
What about an old retired captain?
You're done, Councilman. They're not going to recycle you like they did me. Is there any other questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Cuz trying to hustle.
Sorry, Mayor. Next we have Judge Lively, Chief Magistrate.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council.
Hello.
And Bree
My name
Thibodeau.
is Bree Thibodeau. I'm the court administrator. I have Judge Lively here with me today for any other questions. I'm going to kind of go over our budget, and he's just here to kind of help. As y'all can see, the municipal court processes and adjudicates all Class C misdemeanor violations of state law and city ordinances that occur within the corporate limits of the city. We can go to the next one. Our staff that is housed at municipal court, we have a little bit of the legal department. We have our judge, Lively, 2 other judges, me as a court administrator, our deputy court administrator, our juvenile coordinator, and we have 9 deputy court clerks. This year on our budget, we're not really asking for any crazy amount. The change is going up almost $17,000. Something that's new that I would like to implement as a court administrator is I would really like to see if we could do uniforms for our staff. Right now, we pay out of pocket for our own like embroideries t-shirt. I'm asking for $800. So that our employees aren't sitting there buying it. The last 3 years, we've all done it on our own. So we are looking to get an ice machine at the municipal court because right now, like I said, there's quite a bit of staff that's there as well as a whole nother division that's there, and we all use the same ice machine. So we're kind of looking to.
Can I interject on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
When we talk about same ice machine, we have a very old refrigerator that has the little bitty bin up top. And if you fill 2 Yeti cups, you've emptied that bin. So it's, yeah, so it's, right, 2 people with the big, and we're done.
Yeah. As you can see, it's one of the judges' requests this year. Then our clerks are in need of new headsets. We have not ordered headsets in quite some time, since at least I've been court administrator, so about 5 years. And so we're right now, it just make our process a lot easier, handling cases and so forth. Good, yeah. One of our goals this year is to work with the police department to do a warrant roundup. We have not done one since 2016, so quite some time. Average monthly, we take about $250,000 in fine payments, and during this 1 week in 2016, we took about $334,000. So at this moment, we have about 18.5 million, 18.6 million out there in total warrants that could be collected. So we are going to try to do a warrant roundup and see where we can go and see if we can get any of that in.
Councilman Getz.
Bree, what typically happens when a person is summoned to court and they just fail to show up? Does that generate a warrant or what?
Would you like to go or you want me to?
Please.
Okay.
What happens when somebody's either issued a citation or summons is issued and they fail to appear under our Texas law, we first have to send them a courtesy notice that says you didn't show up whenever the time was specified. Once that time passes, we then issue a warrant. Once that warrant's issued, then they're actively pursued, usually on traffic stops. And then they're brought in either to court or they show up on their own, or I see them at jail. We do a jail arraignment every day during the week of people on warrants. I issue warrants every week. Usually there's over 1,000 warrants every week issued. So it's a constant process where we issue them. When warrants are issued, additional fees are added, which include the warrant fee of $50 and penalty fines of $75 on cases that allow it. So it goes up. And then usually when warrants get issued, that's whenever people go, oh, it's time to come in and see the judge or pay the tickets. So it does get more emphasis out there.
So after the courtesy letter has gone out and the courtesy letter is ignored, is there some mechanism by which the, I'm going to call them a scofflaw, is notified that now you have a warrant out?
Right. We send it's a bright neon card that goes to their house. That usually gets there, and that usually gets their attention because it's so noticeable.
And if they choose to continue to ignore that, do we then have to hope by faith that there is a traffic stop, or is there another mechanism by which we can help persuade them to come see you?
If the warrant is 60 days old, then we send it to collections. And then collections then, through skip tracing, can then try and locate them because, as you know, we have a large number of people that are moving constantly. So the addresses we have may not be current. And so sending our notices continuously, we get a large, Bree can attest to this, we get a very large amount of return mail once we send these warrant notices, and even sometimes follow up with the courtesy letter, we get return mail because they've already moved.
So I'm hoping this is the exception more than the rule, but I've become aware of some scofflaws in our community that just feel like they can game the system by ignoring the mail. And, you know, that to me is a problem because a lot of these have to do with individuals that are maintaining their properties in a state of extreme disrepair. Code enforcement can go out there and tell us, we know they're there. You know, and I think recently in one particular instance, a police officer did go out and bring somebody in to come see you after, you know, having ignored many attempts to do that. But I just want to, you know, pay attention to that because that is an extreme source of frustration for all the neighbors of citizens that have to endure this, and it generates a lot of correspondence to council members wanting something done about these circumstances.
I can answer that circumstance also, because what happens is, even though it's a Class C misdemeanor, due process applies.
Of course.
And if that person comes in and did come in, when the officer brought him in, he pled not guilty, which then set it on the pretrial docket, so we go back to that again. And what you'll find is that is not uncommon. Also in code cases, you don't have any type of substantial PI, personal identifying information, because they just have the name of the person. They don't have socials. They don't have driver's license numbers. There's nothing that nails it down. So you don't want police officers arresting people with minimal identifying information. If it's Bob Smith, Tom Jones, it could be Tom Jones second, Tom Jones third. And so we don't want to be doing that. We try to be safe about that. If we have enough identifiers, we can do that.
Can you think of ways that we can improve that system?
The hard part about that is when your code enforcement cases, the information comes from the tax rolls. And so there's not any further identifying information in there for us. Whenever the code writes the cases, they go from the, it's the tax roll, right? Property tax roll? Right, so they go from the property tax roll and it ends there for them. Until we get them to court, we don't have that additional information. And by and large, the people that come to court that actually show up, they're the ones that are first-time violators or they have remote violations. The ones that you're talking about, exactly, they either have their reasons for ignoring, I say reasons, excuses or reasons, whatever, maybe health, maybe something like that. We don't know because we don't know why they're not coming down. But there is not a good fix out there as it exists because we have such a lack of information at that point. I mean, I understand exactly where you're coming from. And on Class C misdemeanors, it's not like higher misdemeanors or felonies where you can go further on trying to arrest. Our officers can knock on a door, leave a card, but that's as far as it goes. If you choose not to answer the door, it ends there.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Turner.
Attorney Reed, with this instance, I know we don't have a position with the city where someone goes out and knocks on the doors, and I think police officers are already busy enough doing their day-to-day operations. Similar to BISD, they'll have like officers that may go check on students and knock on doors and remind us. Is it possible that we can look into something like that in the future?
You actually do have a warrant officer at municipal court.
Okay.
I think we used to have 2. We're down to 1 now. So you do have a warrant officer that does that. He also serves as a bailiff. So he does that when he is not when there's not an open court session. And I believe post-COVID, because we weren't having as many cases, since then we've had added more dockets. So we are having more dockets that are run. So I don't know what the police, again, that's someone on loan from police. I don't know what the police budget looks like to add another bailiff, but we do have someone that's assigned to do that role.
I just know that's tight with almost 115,000 residents, that one
Right. So
person.
it's a very tight schedule, but also, like I said, he shares that responsibility with also being a bailiff. And I can attest to you, having been a prosecutor over there, that it is necessary to have a bailiff during all open sessions.
It's Beaumont, Texas.
Yes, sir.
But you're talking about going after that 18 million.
Yes, I just think just a proactive approach in the future, I think it's worth the investment to look at a staff member to possibly just solely focus on that.
There also, Bray, you have, sorry. Ms. Thibodeau also has a clerk in her office that does make those calls as well to assist in that. So there is someone who's following up. There is someone who's actively following up on that outside of, dragging them in. We also contract with Linebarger. She's good. We also contract with Linebarger for our collections as well. So there are some mechanisms to that. And I can tell you that in 2016, one of the biggest support for having that amount collected was the fact that the fear of people going to jail. So the fear of going to jail or not being able to get to work is a motivating factor when you get pulled over to go ahead and swipe your card or come down and pay that fine so that you can go on about your day. So that's just kind of.
A couple of things on that also. When you see that total number of warrants, that may be a person that has 7 charges. So that's not the number of individuals with warrants. That's the number of total charges. And that can go back over 20 years right now. Wow. You've blessed us to be able to remove the inactive cases. That's in the process right now, so that's happening. That's going to change that number substantially. We do also benefit when other cities do warrant roundups. People come in to pay their fines because they think we're doing it also, so it's a benefit. So you're up.
I think I'm done.
Is this?
We're going to get to that later.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Events, Emily Wheeler.
I say we give her the icebreaker. She gets that 18 million. She deserves it.
I'm going to give Tina a break. Okay. Thank you all for your time this afternoon. I'm going to discuss event services and some of our vital contributions to the city. First, I'm going to go over a little bit of our roles and responsibilities for those of you who are not fully familiar with what we handle for the city. We oversee 5 venues. Those are the Jefferson Theater, the Julie Rogers Theater, Beaumont Civic Center, the Event Center, the Lakeside and Meeting Room at the Tevis Room and Meeting Room at the Lakeside Center, the Great Lawn, and some other outdoor spaces. Those venues host over 530 events per year. We handle the maintenance and operations of those buildings. We oversee event planning, logistics, and execution of those 530 plus events. We promote the venues, and then in the unfortunate chance that we require disaster sheltering, we oversee the facilities at that time. We also manage custodial operations for over 250,000 square feet of city facilities that are not in that list of venues. Some of those are City Hall, police station, and all the libraries, and then of course additional areas as needed. And then a significant focus of our department is the city events that we host. We host over 70 city events per year, in addition to the major 7 city festivals like Juneteenth and 4th of July. We actively contribute to the planning of Mardi Gras that takes several months and a lot of time. And we support events like Mural Fest and Boomtown Film Fest. I'd like to point out a few highlights that show how our department is progressing. These numbers are based off of the last full year of events before COVID. Since that time, in the last 3 years, we've seen a 51% increase in bookings from 354 events
in 2019 to 540 events in 2022. This trend is expected to continue, and we plan to surpass 540 events before the end of this month or this upcoming month. We've also, in the last couple of years, to enhance community engagement, taken on the responsibility of 2 major festivals, Juneteenth and Viva Fest. Both festivals have seen significant growth and attendance since we've taken them on. And then I'm excited to report that our proactive approach in changing some ordinance rates with support from the previous council has yielded a 98% increase in concessions revenue. And those numbers are based off of last year, but where we sit this morning is 112% increase. Trying to be brief. We're always watching market trends and national trends, and we're excited about a new festival. We have reimagined Beaumont Craft Beer Fest, and we've recently announced Flow Fest, which will also include canned cocktails, live music, food trucks, and just trying to grow that event. We have moved the event to the space outside of the main library. And, one of the reasons that we're trying to use that area more often, and this has not been a directive, but just something that we want to do, is we think it's important to spread these events throughout the community. And with a lot of your vision being to enhance our downtown, things seem to be moving towards the river in your plan with 555 Main and Riverfront Park. And so we're just trying to encourage people to keep coming further downtown. And this is a great space for them to experience. So we hope you'll join us.
First of all, happy anniversary.
Oh, thank you.
And secondly, isn't that the event that sells out in 5 minutes after the tickets start?
It did for several years, and then it did not. The last year that we went on sale, the tickets did not sell nearly as quickly, but that was the year that we took a break before COVID. And market trends are showing that beer fests are out. And we weren't seeing a major return on the tickets, even though people were buying them, they weren't attending the event. So we might have sold 900 tickets and 600 people would come. Of course, we still make the money off the tickets, but we want people to come. And I can send you all an article. There's literally one from a couple weeks ago that says beer fests are dead. And it's just because craft beer at the time we started the festival was new and exciting. And now everybody knows it, and it takes up 3 shelves in the grocery store, and it's not as much of an anomaly as it used to be. And people are really excited to try new things. So we want to give them that opportunity and not just focus solely on beer for this festival. Okay, now I'm going to talk about the things that aren't as fun as beer festivals. I'm going to start with, these are the items that are being added to our budget for the upcoming year. And the first item I'd like to bring up is the council goal priority that was listed as quarterly multi-day events. Management proposed $100,000 for this item. My team and I have met, and we feel like to achieve this vision, it's crucial for us to allocate resources in supporting community events. We are currently hosting or supporting major festivals 10 months out of the year. We feel like if we can encourage other individuals and organizations to host festivals in our city, that we can still enhance our cultural landscape and enhance tourism and so on. So if that aligns with your vision, then we would put together an application process where people could apply for funding to support their events. But I welcome your feedback because I know that we're looking for some guidance on that.
Councilman Turner.
I see in other cities like Austin, Houston, some of the larger progressive cities, it's a big stress on cities to put on these events, and it's a way to keep your city relevant and things consistently going on. So I'm very much in support of the efforts because it continuously gives people something to do and it improves quality of life. And $100,000, when you look at the budget on what we spend on our events, if you spread that out, we'll come out way better just doing this, helping other people, attaching our names to it to kind of make the quality of life better in Beaumont. Because on some of our events, we're averaging almost this price or half of it just putting on a regular event. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to do the application process and just give people more to do as far as quality of life. So I'm in support of it.
Okay. The next item is to increase the Great Lawn and Lakeside trash receptacles. Currently, I have a staff person dedicated 28 hours a week on a golf cart to clean up garbage in that area. And there just aren't enough trash receptacles to help out. There aren't any between the lake and the Lakeside Center at all in that area where the hills are. So we're looking to increase those. And then for personnel, 2 additional maintenance workers. With the 51% increase in events, the 2 added city festivals, and increased custodial duties, we have not seen a corresponding increase in staff. The Capital Reserve Fund equipment purchases. The long throw sound system is a rebudgeted item. We were waiting for the equipment to come in, and it's scheduled to be installed in December. That's a previously approved item, and the bid's already been awarded. And we were also looking for enough time that the Julie wasn't booked for them to install it. So it will be installed in December. And the last item is a ClearComm intercom system. This is for the Julie Rogers Theater, and it's the equipment used to communicate from the sound booth to the stage. The theater hosts 132 days of events per year, 12 consecutive weeks of dance recitals, and they all use this equipment. Our equipment's 30 years old, and it's not working. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? One last question.
Our event
Councilman
center
Turner.
is booked up years in advance. We brought this up before. I don't know if we implemented it, but citizens who don't live in the city of Beaumont, are they charged regular fee versus citizens who actually reside in the city of Beaumont?
The only difference in our fee structure as far as price is commercial versus non-commercial. But we just did a study on all of the local venues to look at our rates, and we will try to get to you soon on a presentation about some potential ordinance changes. And if that's something that you want us to consider, we can definitely look at that.
Yeah, I think it would be wise as a council to look at our rates, especially with it being booked up. To my understanding, when you guys first did the event center, Councilman Samuels, for the citizens who live in Beaumont, sometimes they can't even book it because people who don't live here are booking it all the time for weddings and things of that magnitude. So that'll be another stream for us to get more revenue, as well as benefit the people who we actually built it for.
Anything else?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Kenneth Regat with Parks and Green Space.
I'll give it to you.
I had confidence in you, Kenneth.
I thought so too. When it was sitting over there, then they brought it back. So, okay. As everyone knows, I'm Kenneth Regat, the Director of Parks and Green Space. So I'm just going to try to get through this quickly. I'm going to talk about the outdoor plaza, what Emily just spoke about, between the Julie Rogers and the main library. We're going to spend about $35,000 on replacing 11 deteriorating park benches with classic 6-foot benches with contoured back and arms, rib steel, cast aluminum frames, surface mounted sleep inhibitor for the park bench. We'll also replace 9 32-gallon trash rib steel receptacles with additional components included ridge plastic liner, flat top, surface mount assembly, and the cables to keep them attached. Parks and Recreation Trails Master Plan. The study will cost $225,000. The plan will serve as a guide for the development of parks, recreational facilities, and capital improvements to existing parks, programs, and additional amenities. The plan will address not only current community needs, but also account for additional growth and development expected in the city over the next 10 years. The vendor will assist the city in development of a parkland dedication ordinance. The vendor will obtain feedback from City Council, staff, and the citizens of Beaumont. A study anticipated to take about 1 year. Comes to staff. I think I may have the most coming to my department. At a total cost of $241,304. 2 laborers for parks. Tree removal and tree maintenance is a substantial and ongoing activity for parks laborers. Currently responding to 311 calls daily consumes a significant amount of time for this crew. Additional full-time employees will help ensure the department is on top of tree removal and maintenance and help ensure prompt response to 311 calls. Then we'll have 2 additional equipment operators for the highway maintenance. These 2 new full-time employees will join with 1 current operator to form a detail crew who will be responsible for maintaining highway exits on a weekly basis, including cutting grass, edging, and tending to trees and shrubs. Also, we'll add 1 full-time admin assistant. This will reduce 2 part-time admin assistant positions for 1 full-time position. Equipment that we'll need to get through what we're gonna plan for this next big future for us in the Parks Department. We'll need a new Kubota 60 and 0 turn mower at $11,700, a tree spade at $25,700, and also a 16x7 utility trailer at $5,600. The trailer and mower will be used by equipment operators, the detail crew. The tree spade will be used initially to support the Calder Avenue project to remove unhealthy or inappropriate trees and to plant the Eagleston holly trees, which are planned for that area. Beautification Fund, projecting $75,000 over a 3-year period from resident donations via the water bill. $25,000 in year 1 is dedicated for tree removal, replacement, and support the tree planting project along Calder Avenue. It's okay. So this is just a picture of Calder Avenue. I'm sure most of you have noticed a lot of the dead and dying trees along that area, especially the crepe myrtles. So the plan is to actually take out and remove the crepe myrtles. Those that are still viable, that tree spade will enable us to dig that tree up and repurpose it at another location, planting the Eagleston holly tree, which you see in the middle picture. And then the last picture is just the ongoing process of removing the dead trees in the city parks, roadways, and things like that. And then this is an example of what the detail crew would be working on along the highways. This is just a before and after picture, and that's actually at the Avenue A 69 intersection. Beautification forward. As the city strives to clean, beautify, and improve the overall aesthetic appeal of our community for residents and visitors, the added crew members and the equipment to support them will create significant advancement in that direction. Questions?
Councilman Samuel?
Yes. Do y'all have any idea how many of the trees at Terrell Park are dead?
115 is what we counted just in that back area is 115.
And are we looking at taking those down?
We've taken down at least 30 already. You know, it's a slow process. Like right now, the gentleman, his crew, it's just a 2-man crew, who takes down the dead trees in our parks and roadways, he gets called off to 311 calls. So, and we pick up 5 calls a day from 311. So with the addition of the 2 people, their main focus, all they're gonna do is remove trees with the support of the guy that's there now, the 2 employees that we have there now. But when 311 call goes out, Rodney will go out with his partner, and we'll still have 2 that continue to maintain on cutting trees. And as Terrell Park is just one example. Each park that you go to, the roadways that we have.
Well, my concern wasn't because of wanting to get them down any quicker, but I was there this weekend and I've just noticed how different it is. Are we going to plant more trees or
We're going to plant more trees, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Felshaw?
You showed the picture before and after the overpass maintenance, the cutting. Yeah, there you go. I'm assuming is that TxDOT property, but we're in agreement with them to maintain that area.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any opportunity to speak into what's planted and how it's planted, or is it because this? Do they ever allow us to speak to that?
I have not spoken to them about what they plant. You can probably notice on the Pine Street exit there, they probably planted 300 trees. That's all high maintenance. So that's one thing future plans are to try to get on board with them so they can contact us and basically get a feel of what we would like to go out there as well and not just come in and plant to their desire, because it's not creating work for them. It creates work for us.
Thank you.
Councilman Turner.
I know prior to this, when Mr. Williams first got here, I know me, Councilmember Durio, Mr. Williams, Mr. Raggett, and Bart, we had a meeting with TxDOT, and he did make a commitment that he would do a one-time cleanup on the sides of the freeways. I just want to make sure we hold him and honor that commitment. He did commit to saying that however much it costs, he would do the one-time cleanup fee for the side of our freeways. I don't want to let that off the hook. I want to make sure that commitment is committed.
We got that, as well as a tree program that they offer as well too, that we may be able to tap into purchase trees.
Just want to hold that accountability. Thank you.
Sir.
Councilman Durio.
Oh yeah, two things. One, Mr. Raggett does have a plan for tree removal for the whole city and Terrell Park. He showed it to me, started 2 years ago, probably when I first got on council.
At least.
So they've been working on that. And also you have an update on the pear trees in Sprott Park?
As soon as we get weather conducive to planting them, we can plant them, but we have them right now housed at our department.
Taking good care of them?
Taking good care. We have peaches, pears, plums, as well as fig.
Okay.
You do get yours, don't you?
I try.
Okay.
For the folks of Ward 4.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, next will be Jimmy. Here's Jimmy.
I've only got like 3, so. Good afternoon. So recreation's supposed to be fun. Nothing more fun than trying to get back on schedule. So Tina, let's go. What we've got proposed for this coming year is, you see pickleball nets. Really what that is pickleball nets and some pickleball lines. We were going to do some more courts at the tennis center. We've put those on hold per Councilman Getz and set his request to get through their Labor Day tournament. And then we'll go ahead and do some of those afterwards. So those funds are going to help toward that. You see at the Lakeside Center, before Lakeside became Lakeside Center, when it was Best Year Center, it was always in the Parks and Rec department. We always held a volunteer luncheon. It was a big deal. Everybody that went to Best Year Center loved it. So we're going to kind of reactivate that. So it's not a large amount of money, but we're asking for that to get that going again. We are trying to get another custodian at the Lakeside Center. One of the issues we've got right now is that it's a part-time employee who's doing the work. Part-time staff is really tough to find really dependable part-time staff. So we need 2. We need another person. We've been working on this. This is already in the works. So this is nothing new, but it is added for next year's budget. Parking lot lights, this was something that I didn't even know about that came in. I think it was from facilities maintenance. So we're going to get the lights, fixtures, everything fixed at Sterling Pruitt Center, which is very much needed. Those fixtures, those light poles are pretty old. And you see the drainage study. That was obviously approved for the Parks Improvement Plan that we did earlier this year. I'm happy to say that as miserable as the weather has been for last month, as hot as it's been, we got 2,700 golfers for the month of July. We did not have one day closed. We got 9/10 an inch of rain for the entire month, which is complete opposite of what we're used to. We're used to 9 9/10 and being closed 7-8 days, but not being closed one day, even as bad as the weather is, as much as none of us want to be outside, we got 2,700 rounds. So that's pretty important to us. Next slide, please. The 2 things we're asking for, equipment for vehicle-wise, you see the golf carts. So we haven't done this in about 3 or 4 years. We were on a plan for a few years where we were getting a dozen carts every year. And it was kind of replenishing the fleet, and it was a really good project for us. It was keeping us to where we had some better carts in the system. We haven't done that for about, I think, 3 or 4 years. We could dig the numbers to find out for sure. But thankfully, this is hopefully going to happen for next year because we need it. When you've got carts down, we did get 2,700 rounds. Of those 2,700, I bet 2,600 of them were probably riding the cart. Not many people are going to walk in this weather. If you are, good for you. You're probably getting there really early. And we need one more zero-turn mower for the golf course. The mowers go through a lot of work. We use them every day, and that zero-turn is what we're asking for the year. One more slide, please. So in speaking with and in trying to follow up with a lot of council requests, you see that what we're going to do for next year is going to be a basketball and a flag football league. The basketball league we're already working on. You see the cost, probably about $10,000. I'm not going to bore you with reading every single item, but each one of these leagues will probably run us about $10,000 a piece in the extra expenses for referees, equipment, and staffing. We've got a program coordinator who's currently on staff who runs the adult softball league. He's going to oversee both of these leagues. We're not going to be able to do youth football this fall. It's just time crunch wasn't going to allow it. But we've got plans for exactly how we're going to set up practices and game schedules just to utilize the Sterling Pruitt Activity Center. For that one gym, we're going to be able to do 3 age divisions. Hopefully we can get 6 teams per division, which would be about 48 to 50 kids per age division. It's not a huge amount, but it's something. It's a good start, and it's something for us to find out if kids are really interested in playing in the City of Beaumont sponsored league. We're going to do the same thing with flag football the following year. We'll start fall of 24, and then if it goes well, which I have no reason to think it won't, if it goes well, then we'll be able to follow up. Ideally, we would do a spring and fall flag football league. Still kind of trying to stay away from tackle with some of the liability concerns and just the fact that there's other organizations that do a pretty good job of those. So that's it for what I've got. Do you have any questions?
Councilman Durio, Councilman Getz.
I didn't know, do you have any plans or future plans on as far as putting turf out on those softball fields, turfing some of them?
That's in the CIP. That's in a request that we've got coming down the line. It's not going to be just a normal budgetary item.
Okay.
The $7,500 for pickleball nets, those are the portable pickleball.
Yes, it's for the nets and for the lines as well.
Nets and the lines. What parks are you planning on putting those at?
Well, we're going to do tennis center, and then hopefully we can do at least 2 more courts at Rogers, and then we'll just kind of look around and see, and also talk with the community and find out where they feel like it's going to be best.
And you've coordinated with SETA and gotten their input on putting pickleball lines down at the tennis center?
I've spoken with SETA, yes, sir.
And they're in agreement with that?
They were on board with it. Obviously, like I said, we pushed it back because of the Labor Day tournament, and you were involved in that discussion.
Yeah, and my understanding is they're very, very opposed to giving up any more
That's
tennis.
not what he told me. He was willing to, kind of work with us on it.
See, my understanding is that the compromise would be to add 4 standalone pickleball courts, which I understand is on track. The problem is you realize and have come to understand when you stripe a tennis court with pickleball lines, you can no longer use those tennis courts for set events such as the Labor Day tennis tournament. That's a USTA rule. You can't use them for Southland Conference tournaments, which is drawing people in from out of town. So that becomes a problem. Rather than taking away tennis courts, I believe the solution is to add more standalone pickleball courts, which seem to be the thing that would appease both the tennis community and the pickleball community.
That would be great. We'd love to get those.
Well, I think they're in the budget, maybe not next year, but in 25. Is that right, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. FY25.
In terms of use of the Sterling Pruitt hours, are they being extended? They still 10 to 3 on Saturday and not open on Sunday? Or are they going to be extended?
Nothing's changed yet. Obviously, when we do the basketball league in the spring, or I say spring, it's going to be January through March-ish. Obviously, it'll be open up earlier for that, but you won't be getting free play because we're going to be using it for league play during those times.
Okay, so availability there, I'd just be interested in what the cost would be to have those extended hours available, as well as if we were to engage with a midnight basketball league, what the cost would be for the young adults and youth that may participate in that. Yes, Councilman Turner.
Yeah, I would be in support of that as well, man, Wes. And secondly, I had a few people who do play golf. I'm not sure about the driving range times at Terrell Park. A few have told me it closes early, and I guess with golfing, it's not my thing, but later in the evening, it's cooler, and I don't know the hours, so is that something we can kind of look into, Mr. Manager? Because I got a few phone calls about that.
Mr. Williams and I have spoken about that, and we've made the corrections. We've made the adjustments.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councilman Getz.
I want to go back to what I just spoke on, and I'm looking at the community investment plan, and there's a red square. It says remove Rogers Park pickleball conversion and rework pickleball court at tennis center. How does that align with what you said?
I'm not sure what the CIP adjustment is.
It's got $315,000 budgeted for 4 pickleball courts at the tennis center. These are standalone pickleball courts with LED lighting, fencing, and everything in FY25. And it says remove Rogers Park pickleball conversion and reworked pickleball court at tennis center.
Yeah, those were just items that were moved. Initially, what we wanted to do was resurface 17 through 20 and convert those to full pickleball. That was met with some not really agreement, so we've sort of reworked it. It looks like it's in the budget potentially for 2025 for $315,000 to build standalone pickleball courts. I don't know if that's 4 or 6. I'm not 100% certain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Bart.
It's just 5 slides. Well, we're going to go through this fairly quick because all our big items are in the CIP. So there's 6 divisions under Public Works. The first is Fleet. The FY24 budget is slightly higher than 23. Really what's driving that are the fuel costs, parts, et cetera, which are all up about 7% over last year's budget. Basically, the only new item in the budget is to replace some perimeter fencing, which has fallen in disrepair and been cut due to people coming into the facility. So we're going to fix that in order to prevent theft. At airport, operations budget's actually down just slightly from 24. The only new item there, and I say new because we do this every 2 to 3 years, is we're required to do tree trimming for the runways per FAA regulations. So we're going to do that this year. Traffic management, operations budget is again slightly down. Main new item on here is to upgrade the decorative acorn lighting. That'd be your downtown lighting and the lighting down Calder. There's 2 components to that. One, we pay under our agreement with Entergy $25 per fixture to do an upgrade. So it'll be a $26,150 one-time fee. And then the state of Texas regulates all of those fees for the light fixtures. So there's an increased cost to go to LED on those acorn lights. So if we upgrade them all, then there'll be an additional $140,400 to the utility budget after the upgrade. A capital reserve item in here is to install decorative lighting for the 2 underpasses by Lamar on MLK at Lavaca in East Virginia. We reached out and worked with a vendor and got initial budgetary costs to do both underpasses of $356,400. And that's to be able to light up the columns in the underpass as well as the, I'll call it beams across the road on the approach. And that'll be a programmable type item where you can change the lighting, color, and how it moves as well in those underpasses.
I got a question real quick.
Yep.
Why is there an increased utility cost moving to LED?
Well, it's regulated by the state of Texas. So the Entergy applies to the regulatory commission and then they set a rate for the fixture. And the LED fixture for those acorn lights, the 150 watt equivalent, is higher than what we're currently paying on the HPS version.
And that's a one-time fee?
The $26,000 is a one-time fee. We'll pay the additional $140,000 year over year.
That makes no sense to me.
I agree with you. It's a regulatory rate, though.
So why would we change then?
It's been requested to upgrade the lighting downtown for the newer, brighter lighting. So this was put in per that request.
I mean, doesn't LED use less energy than?
It does, but remember the rate also includes replacing the fixture, doing maintenance on it during the year as well. So if there's failures, they come out under the monthly rate and do all the work on that.
Thank you.
I had a question, boy. Have we as staff maybe sat down and talked with Energy about, grant opportunities, maybe some funding opportunities with, they regulate and they've been making good revenue in Beaumont. Have we ever approached them about these type of opportunities?
A couple years ago, we got, I think it was a little over $50,000, and we replaced some freeway lighting over to LED. So they're grant opportunities that I've participated with them on have tended to be on energy savings type operations. So something as far as the underpass lighting wouldn't click for that.
Mr. Williams, if they ever can happen to come do a presentation to the city of Beaumont, I think it'd be a good opportunity to ask for a better partnership because, rates are raised and there's good revenue that's made with energy. And I think, it should be some better partnership opportunities.
Councilman Getz.
I'd go a little slower on replacing this decorative acorn street lighting and starting to incur an additional $140,000 annual expense and try to identify what areas of downtown are not lit sufficiently to be safe. Because to me, as Councilmember Neal just pointed out, LED lighting is much more efficient and makes a tremendous impact. You can just look outside in our parking lot at City Hall and see the incredible difference when we put LED lighting in there. Also, frankly, the softer glow of the acorn lighting as they exist now is probably a little bit nicer than the harshness of a bright LED light. You're going to take away some of that ambiance if you do that. So what areas of downtown are we really looking at lighting? Isn't it like the entertainment area that, or what are we trying to do?
Well, the figure you see on the page is for everything, but I did put together 3 phases and it's in the budget as 3 different areas. The first would be the lights that predominantly surround our venues downtown, the Julie, the Jefferson, Art Museum, et cetera. And then the second piece would be the remainder of downtown, and the third would be down Calder and to catch those lights. So I do have those split into 3 areas. If we would want to focus only on the areas where we have people coming to events, we can scale that back.
I mean, do you understand what I'm talking about? The ambience of the softer light versus the real bright lights?
I do understand, and some people prefer that, but in recent years, we've been hammered on increase, or the lighting is dim, and I think predominantly, besides the ones that are out at every now and then, the other problem that they see that dim glow as an issue, not a feature. So
kind of like to know how everybody else feels on council about that.
I agree that it needs to be bright as we can possibly get it down here.
I agree with brighter the lower the crime, so bright as we can get it.
Okay.
I just don't understand how it's an increase in utility costs moving to LED. That's just puzzling to me. But
I asked several times with Entergy, because I'm with you. I would have expected it would have been the same or less, but it's not.
That's one of the things we can have them cover when they come and present to you.
Right. And Bart, do you know that 140,000, that includes the 3 phases you mentioned, correct?
That's everything.
Right,
That's
right.
replacing every acorn
Do you know how many lights that represents? Off the top of your head, you don't. Yeah, I'm just curious.
I can get that to you. I think it's 900 and some odd lights, but I'd have to go back and check my notes.
Okay.
If you divide 26,150 by 25, that'll be the number.
26,150 by,
25.
1,046.
There you go. 1,046 lights.
okay, so
Did you do that in your head?
He has a calculator.
the 130, yeah, it's $133 a light.
It's an old school calculator, by the way.
Okay. Any more questions on that?
Go ahead and continue.
Streets and drainage, proposed budget slightly under last year. The two main items I'll point out that are new is a new wheeled paver. So this is for doing asphalt streets with internal personnel within the city of Beaumont. Our current paver is really highway size, so this is scaled more to residential streets. It'll make us more efficient. And then the vacuum truck, this is for supplementing our street sweepers within streets and drainage. This allows us to vacuum up leaves and debris in the storm drain inlets and improve our drainage as well as looks.
One question, Bart, not on this, but on traffic maintenance, or is any of that going to be helping our interactive traffic light controls? Because I got to tell you, when I was coming down here today, I got stopped by every red light on College from Dowling all the way to I-10. And then from there, it was everything hit right, but everything before that was a red light. So what's the story?
We do have adaptive signaling on that portion of College, but it depends on whether you can drive the speed limit, through there and you catch the first light, and then it adjusts for traffic flow. But I can check on it. I mean, okay. I've driven that recently myself, and the only issue I've mainly had is right there at I-10 because there's so much traffic.
Thank you.
In Public Works Engineering, our budget is up mainly for the sidewalk master plan, which is the last item on this page. That's estimated at $300,000. That'll take us about 9 to 12 months to complete, according to the vendor that we had talked to. Again, this is a phase one approach to focus mainly on the schools out of the gate. And that process will involve gathering citizen input along the way as we do that. The other two items, the storm manhole data analysis and the storm inlet data analysis, we go and we run all the roads and assess the pavement condition. This will process the imagery data from that run of the streets and allow us to add the storm manholes and the inlets to our GIS system. Then water production, we are up on the budget in water production primarily due to increased chemical costs. Our current budget's $1.75 million, which we're over for chemical costs, and so the budget for next year is $2.6 million. The other new items here are increased sampling due to the lead and copper rule, and we're adding the fuel tank monitoring on the generators so that we can determine at the operator station what our fuel level is in those generators in the system. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Cliff Jackson is sitting in for Mike, and if will you please advise staff to let's get back closer to our 5 minutes if we can, so we can finish up.
How's everybody doing? I'm Cliff Jackson, the interim operations manager for water utilities. Let's see. Water distribution operations budget is slightly up from last increase due to increases in fuel costs, parts, and parts are up due to inflation. Increase of overtime was due to multiple vacancies that helped to, raise it up a little. New budget items for fiscal year 24 would be a new ditch witch, vacuum excavator. This vacuum excavator would help with inventorying service line, water service lines, due to the new EPA lead and copper rule revision. Sewer collection and maintenance operation budget is slightly up from last year due to fuel costs, parts and et cetera up due to inflation. Increased overtime also helped, and that was due to multiple vacancies. New budget items for FY24 would be a new F4 550 with a pipe under body, basically a flush truck. The new flush truck would aid in issues with the sewer system, such as stoppages. Also, a F750 truck with a 6-yard dump bed. This truck would be used for the pipe bursting crew and dress-up crews. Let's see. Sewer treatment plant operations budget is up from last year due to surcharges due to shipping costs and utility increases. New chlorine contract increased from $1,724 a ton to $2,127 a ton, roughly 19%. MCC1 fire unexpected expenses is basically the control room. It was an unexpected expense for last year. New budget item for the sewer treatment plant would be a switchgear rental due to the MCC fire, and also wastewater treatment plant master plan, and also quality control. Operations budget is up slightly. Quality control, some of the things that they take care of, they implement and manage EPA industrial pretreatment program. They enforce the TCEQ mandated cross-connection control and backflow prevention program. They assist in administering the city's stormwater management plan, and they enforce the grease and grit ordinance through the city's fall program. That's all I have. Y'all have any questions for me?
Questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Cliff. Okay, Keith Folsom, Mr. Facilities.
Good afternoon. All right. What I'm going to do is go through some facility improvement projects in capital reserve for fiscal year 2024. Start off with the Civic Center south wall masonry restoration and window caulking at a cost of $56,700. And what I'm trying to do there is just protect and repair, waterproof the exterior facade of that building. I'm kind of taking sections at a time, budgeting it every year, so I don't do it all at one time. Next item is the Civic Center light dimming system for the arena. That system is like 45 years old, so we need to upgrade that at a cost of $39,100. And then the next item is the Civic Center. I want to revamp the concession stands in the lobby, take away the 1970s look, hopefully, at a cost of $48,400. Next item is municipal court. I want to add a redundant chiller for that facility at a cost of $261,000. Currently, right now, it kind of gives me a little bit of heartburn because if we lose that chiller on there, it's only one chiller for that facility, so pose a major problem for that facility. So I'm trying to be proactive on that. Next item is Jefferson Theater tuck point and repair on the west wall at a cost of $108,000, and that's another building that I'm trying to tuck point and repair the entire building. So I've got three sides done currently. This should be the last side to wrap up. The next item is Julie Rogers stage rigging and current rail system, replacing that at a cost of $390,000. And that's needing to be updated. There was a report from a third party that was inspected that facility, and that was on the list that needed to be addressed. Next item is Medic 12, installing a perimeter fence, and that's the location on Laurel Street. And that's at a cost of $34,500, and that's basically for security of the personnel vehicles and the med units. Next item, Fire Station 6, replace standby generator at a cost of approximately $120,000. And that unit's getting about 16 years old, getting to where I'm having a lot of maintenance calls on it. So I feel like it's time to replace that. My next item, which is in the bid process right now, is a rebid for the permanent generator at Parks Administration at a cost of $120,000. And that's to provide them with standby power in the event of power outages and major storms, because they are a vital part of bringing the city back online. Next item, Jimmy, that's a duplication on that, but I'll be handling that project, but that's replacing the light poles, and they're fiberglass poles currently now, and the fiberglass is starting to break down on them. We've already taken 2 of them down for safety reasons. Next item, which is a project in progress, which is a Sprott Park Picnic Pavilion at a cost of around $200,000. So that's in the works, expected to be complete February of 2024. And then next item is Rogers Park Picnic Pavilion at a cost of approximately $200,000. And that'll be be the same as Sprott Park, about a 30 by 44 picnic shelter. So total improvements on my capital reserve projects is $1,630,900 for FY24. Any questions?
Councilman Turner? Councilman Turner.
I don't know if this can be a volunteer thing. All I would ask is, you guys did a beautiful job redoing the recreational floor. If we can see some of the walls are still red like the old colors, just see if we can get it all to match and look uniform, and maybe just paint the walls.
In the gym?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can probably work that in.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Keith, within the context of downtown development, the possibility of a hotel and connection to the Civic Center and the possibility of looking at that, I know the work you're doing on the outside, that has to be done regardless.
Correct.
But the work on the inside, should consideration be given to the possibilities of future work being done within the context of new hotel renovation of the Civic Center? Or is that work you're going to do with that just?
Yes, we can push that off. It doesn't have to start immediately until we maybe get direction on how things are going. That's not impossible to do.
Thank you.
Councilman Durio?
Didn't they just add some more seating or something into the Civic Center?
Yeah, we replaced all the seating on the upper level, and we got a project currently that's under contract right now to put the glass railing that y'all had approved. So hopefully within the next couple of months, that'll be complete, and then we'll be able to start using that upper balcony area for seating.
But we're going to be using that. We're going to probably be using the concession stand and stuff in front also, right?
Yeah, they're usable now. They're just dated. Okay. I don't see a problem in, kind of postponing a little bit toward the middle of next year to see what transpires and
what kind of direction we're going to get with the hotel and all that.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
That's it.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Just with council note that the Rogers Park Picnic Pavilion was in that presentation.
I don't know why.
It wasn't at the front of the line. Okay, Christopher Boone.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. In the spirit of trying to keep this brief, I'll just touch on some highlights of FY23. We have the current highest pace of permitting in the last 10 years. The department's been busy with other city staff on some economic development projects like OCI, Caliche, and most recently Lynn. Those are multi-billion-dollar projects. As mentioned, downtown plan, demolition activities. We've got 377 structures in the pipeline. We've talked about recent enhancements to our transit project. Code enforcement mentioned recently in discussion of municipal court. We've got year to date in FY23, 15,348 inspections. We've expended more than 625,000 year to date trying to abate weed, JMV, and litter violations in our city. Looking forward to FY24, including this budget, is, as Mr. Ellis mentioned earlier, we should have the strategic plan final to you in the next couple weeks. Should note that this budget, as much as possible, aligns itself with the strategic plan. So you should see those two things pretty much align as we move forward. As Todd mentioned earlier, we are looking to amend our game room ordinance in order to attempt to cover our cost of enforcement, which is significant. So we should be bringing that to you in the coming weeks. Also, as mentioned in the strategic plan, there are a lot of initiatives to look at existing code enforcement processes and incentives for redevelopment. So we'll be looking forward to doing some of that in FY24. Specifically, in terms of costs, as mentioned, the downtown plan, we are proposing $50,000 is included in the budget in order to get us to the finish line in a final downtown plan. Also, $200,000 is proposed for a comprehensive plan. It's been many, many years since we have a citywide comprehensive plan, so we are including funds in the budget for that process. Next is a proposed homeless camp funding. As we've discussed in recent budget workshops, the challenge of homelessness affects the nation, cities across the nation, and we are no exception. So we are looking for funding in order to try to address some of that. And then finally, the tree ordinance, you'll see $100,000 there. We haven't presented it to you yet for adoption, but we are looking at an enhanced tree ordinance. And what comes along with that is the cost to enforce it. So with that, any questions?
Yeah, can you explain the tree ordinance?
Well, again, we haven't finalized it, but there's been some discussion about folks either not addressing a tree that is dead or a fallen tree. And so this budgeted funds would be for the removal of those trees, but also we may need to hire or contract with a certified arborist in case we get into a situation where perhaps a property owner, thinks the tree's not in danger of falling, and we have a disagreement. So we would need that expertise. But most of the costs would be for tree removal.
So the city really wants to get involved in enforcing tree removal on private property?
Well, for trees that are, again, diseased or down, and again, we haven't brought it to you. We're just including it in the budget in the anticipation of that. But similar to things like high weeds and grass, you have spillover impact, whether it's termites or what have you, on neighboring properties. And so that would be the reason behind looking at something like this.
So are you talking about dead trees that are still upright, or are you talking about trees that are laying down on the ground, or both?
Well, again, we're still working on the final, but at this point, both.
I guess the topic came up. No, we certainly don't want to be Austin, but we do a lot of mowing to mitigate high weeds and grass, and a lot of time that involves dead trees lying there, and we get complaints. Well, you didn't pick up the dead tree on the property, but you mowed the grass, and so we were just looking at something to be able to pick up those trees that are dead and lying there on property.
Yeah, in my mind, there's a difference between, picking up a tree that's clearly dead and laying down on the grass versus a potential dispute between property owners as to, well, that tree's dead or it's dying, and that might be something better reserved for the property owners and the courts. Is there anything in here that's going to talk about, or maybe you have enough money in your current budget for enforcement of downtown buildings that are in disrepair or decay?
Yes, sir, we're covered under the current budget.
Councilman Turner?
The tree ordinance kind of came about for, particularly the older parts of town where you have heirs or someone that passed away, and some of these trees are literally falling on other people's property. I think that's why we kind of discussed that in the past, not to get into going down and just cutting somebody's tree because they wanted to, but just the older areas of town where some of these properties are abandoned. It's just a huge eyesore and not a good reflection of our community. That's how it kind of came about. We talked about this maybe months ago. So I just wanted to remind council of how this came about. And secondly, I know Mr. Boone has moved to assistant manager. Is he still kind of running both departments, or?
Yes, and no. He has an interim, but we're interviewing for his replacement. So we'll be working on that.
I was asking without trying to get in your business. That's how I was asking.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as we're about to continue, just for clarity, we're going to have a 3:30 council meeting. We are not going to get through all of the remaining ones at this point and start on time at 3:30, I don't imagine.
Question, Mayor. Do you have this? So we can...
The meeting is posted for 3:30. If you would like to open up your council meeting and conclude your council meeting and then go back into your budget workshop, you can, but you have to start your posted meeting at the posted time.
And then I can pause it and then come back to this?
No, you have to conclude your posted meeting and you can come back to your budget workshop.
So
would you need to recess this one?
You would have to recess this one.
Because we're almost there. I hate to have another meeting.
Okay.
Okay, Paul.
Continue.
Paul.
Council, Mayor, thank you for letting me be up here. I did not get anything approved in the budget. Boo. No, I'm sorry. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to highlight some of the really good things that the libraries have done over the last year and a half or so. So we have circulated over 300,000 items in that time period. We've welcomed 275,000 patrons to our facilities. We've hosted over 1,000 programs with 75,000 in attendance. We've created STEAM imagination kits, and we've given out 35,000 of those. We've circulated 36,000 e-resources. We've hosted over 70,000 public internet computer uses. We've hosted 65,324 Wi-Fi sessions, the total session time of 136,000 hours during that time period. We've hosted over 18,000 reference transactions. Next slide, please. And one of the things that we've done over the last year and a half is we've highly increased our collaborative outreach programming with major community partners. We would go to some of the programs that are in the city, and there'd be 4,000 people there. So we would, interact with 4,000 people and give them information about the libraries. So in 2022, we had 200 collaborations and made 15,302 contacts. In 2023, so far, we've had 42 collaborations, and we've already hit the 14,261 contacts so far. We've expanded a highly successful program called the Backpack Program, and we have literacy, STEAM, games, teen, and something called a resiliency backpack. These all came out of our COVID days and have continued to be very successful. And the last thing I really want to get to you is our
technology advances. We have just started an online library card application program through the new website. My poor email address is dinging every day. I mean, just ding, ding, ding. People really are wanting those library cards. And one of our feathers in our cap here is that we are now the proud possessor of an online legal kiosk through the Texas State Library, the Texas Law Center in Austin. This is going to be a kiosk where people can come to the Miller Library. They can access legal help, any sort of legal help, but also they can attend court sessions through this legal kiosk. This was given to us. We're the only one in Southeast Texas that has it. So we're very proud of this. It is probably going to be starting this next week for reservations. So we're really happy to have this for our people. Plus, we are hoping to get more upgraded security cameras to keep our patrons safe. So that's all I have. Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah.
Matthew Fortenberry.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, City Manager. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet. I know we're on the time crunch, but just to give you a rundown of kind of our operations from this past year, our ACOs in the field responded to over 11,000 calls for service. We handled in the shelter just at 4,000 animals, 3,947. Out of those, 3,575 were live releases, which is an outstanding number for that many animals. Out of that number, 1,382 were transferred to other rescue organizations. That means they went to other places, other groups, and possibly other countries as well, Canada. We also removed 1,500 deceased animals from the streets. We welcomed right at 5,000 visitors into the animal shelter. And our TNR, or Trap, Neuter, Return program, we facilitated 335 cats in that program. We issued out 226 spay and neuter vouchers to the public, which are free. It's a free service that we offer. 749 of the live releases were adoptions to the public, and then 269 animals were returned to the owners in the field because they had microchips, and that's a very good thing. And all of that equates to a 90.58% save rate for the year of 2022. Next slide. Two of the big notable programs that really helps with that, and it's just these are relatively new programs, is the first one is the Trap, Neuter, and Return program. First implemented in September of 2018. Average of 300 feral cats are sterilized each year, which reduces unnecessary euthanasia and aids decreasing the feral cat population over time. And then the Spay and Neuter Voucher Program is a free program for the citizens of Beaumont. We provide one voucher per household per year. It's application and appointment based. And this past year, we issued 226 vouchers. So for proposed new budget items for this for FY24, is we have two, the Summer Kennel Assistant Program at $6,400 and the Animal Rescue Volunteer Coordinator at $58,707. And the next slide, we'll start breaking these two down. The Summer Kennel Assistant Program is an exciting program that we just started last year. It provides an opportunity for high school age students of our community that also they love animals, provides a part-time summer job where they're able to gain customer service skills while learning about animals. They participate in all functions. They assist in caring for the animals, cleaning, washing laundry, photographing and videoing the animals, and so much more. This summer has been the first full summer of implementing it, and it's been a huge success. So the extra funding for this will allow to continue the 4 new positions for that through the next year, which will bring the total to 6. Next slide. The Animal Rescue Volunteer Coordinator position. This is something that's really necessary. We have a current part-time employee in this position, and we're looking to reclassify this position to full-time. This person is responsible for coordinating and managing the Animal Care's volunteer program. They coordinate with all local and national rescue organizations that work with us that help save so many animals. And in recent years, the duties have doubled, and it's really just more than one person can do, working the part-time hours at a max of 29 hours per week. The coordinator also responds to all the social media messages and any messages related to the rescue organizations or volunteers, whether it's via phone, emails, or social media. And then lastly, as you already have noticed in the community investment plan, the new Animal Care and Adoption Center, which currently is listed at 2026, with the estimated cost of $6,240,000, is really necessary. If you've ever been by the shelter, if you just drive by anytime during the day around 10 to noon, there's cars parked all on the street, up and down the side street on Marina. We don't have parking for the number of customers that we have. With the number of staff that we now are allotted, we just have no parking and no space in the facility itself, and it is rather old and outdated. So this is a very necessary item. And that's any questions?
Any questions? Thank you. And thank y'all for your social media posts. Y'all do a great job on keeping the public up to date. And I know that reduces the number of animals that get put down.
Yes, sir, it does. It helps
push
out
that
greatly.
out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, you might want to take a break now and get prepared for the council meeting, unless you just want to keep going and go straight into it. But
We'll go ahead and we'll take a break from this. Then we'll have council meeting, and then we'll return to this.
Okay, but I'd just like to say thank you and thank the council for listening to this part of the program. This is a great opportunity to hear from the employees, a good opportunity for them to communicate with you, and you get to answer questions, ask questions, et cetera. So thanks for your patience with this. And it helps with the employee development too. So it's great.
Yeah, we want to say thank you, but we running out of time. That's why I ain't say nothing. But I appreciate both of y'all. I didn't say any much, but thank y'all. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we're going to take a break from this public hearing, and then we'll reconvene at 3:30 for the city council meeting, and then we will continue this after a council meeting today.